That's your copy.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, it was good. It was real hot.
Oh, wow.
The weather's been just weird. Cool one day and hot one day. So it was a little bit warm, but it was nice. Right.
You are good, Mayor. It's 6:30. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is April, can you believe it? April 4th, 2023. It's approximately 6:30 in the evening. We do have a quorum. All council members are present. And I've asked Council Member Will Bradshaw to please lead us in the pledge. If you'll please stand. Thank you.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Chief, yes, do you have something to?
Citizens to be heard first.
Yes. We have agenda item number 2, which is citizens to be heard. If anyone in our chambers would like to address the council on any item either on or off the agenda, that would be fine. Just come to the podium, state your name and where you reside, just generally where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. And Ms. Chasen, good evening and welcome. Good evening. Yes. Oh, you got to put the microphone on.
I'm working on it. Just give me 2 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'd like to
There
say
you go.
congratulations on a job well done for the Jazz Festival. I think this is going to become a hallmark of Leon Valley. It was fabulous.
It was.
And I
Thank
so
you.
enjoyed myself, and everybody I spoke to felt the same way. So congratulations. Good
Wonderful.
job.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Anyone else like to address the council? Please come forward, state your name and where you reside. Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, I'm Ralph Nicholson.
Okay.
I reside at in Leon Valley at 6831 Sunlight Drive. Property backs up to the park out there. And I'm here to talk about the ordinance y'all are wanting to pass about stop feeding the deer in the park area. Well, I've fed the deer ever since I've been here for over 10 years now. And I don't agree with your assessment that the deer, is that they're I don't want to say neglected, but they're overfed or anything like that. I think we feed them corn and we feed them pellets, protein pellets, and that's good for them. The deer look in good, healthy shape. If I thought I was doing wrong on the deer, I would stop. But I think the deer herd is healthy. I don't think we have enough acreage out here to support them. So I think the feeding we do is more supplemental, and it supplements that. I don't see any of the deer ever, I don't see them sickly. They look in good shape. I would say, yeah, every once in a while we overfeed. Probably usually on a wet year or something like that when it comes in. But for the most part, the deer people like to come in and watch. For the most part, they're quiet. They come in, they watch the deer being fed, and then they leave. Some people may come in and throw bread and stuff that are picnicking out there. Kids may come in and do a little chasing around stuff, but to me that's a good thing. Get the deer out of there, keep them from, interacting with the humans as much. But for the most part, yeah, I'd really not like to see you all pass an ordinance that would stop us feeding. That's my relaxed time in the afternoons. Walk the dogs and come check out the deer, feed the deer. So I'm always seeing them. I'm always seeing what shape they're in or anything like that. If you stop in the feeding right now, you've got the the does that are pregnant, a couple of months, they're gonna drop their fawns. And, you know, I think that's, not having enough food, I think that's gonna hurt them. I also think if we stop feeding, you're gonna start seeing more deer going out into the streets, into people's front yards, and start eating their plants out of there. I mean, I think they do that to a certain extent now, but for the most part, I think they tend to stay in the green areas out there. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
That's about
Nicholson.
all I
That's
have.
3 minutes. I do appreciate your
Thank
comments
you.
this evening.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Anyone else like to address the council? Yes, ma'am. Good evening and welcome, Vanya. Good to see you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity. Hello, thank you.
And would you put the microphone? Yes, so we can all hear you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I appreciate the opportunity to address the City Council concerning Cha-Cha's New Gen Cafe. It has came to my attention that we have been late in our rent, and I have been taken over the responsibility in paying the rent from now on forth. As everybody knew, I had been healing from a very serious injury, and detoxing from some of the medications that they had given me had made it difficult for me to do the finances, and I had my husband doing them, and also keeping a full-time job during the day and trying to father children. So now I'm taking responsibility for our finances and will assure you that us being late will not happen again. I appreciate your understanding and your patience concerning this matter. As of now, I have been asked by the city to vacate the property by June 30th, but we, the business, is doing well, and we would very much like to renew the lease agreement with the city for 3 more years. I have brought a letter of signatures from our customers requesting that we stay in this location as well. We appreciate your consideration for this matter, and I'll go ahead and pass that around.
Okay.
And to whom it may concern, the City of Leon Valley Council, the following signatures of this petition of the people who are supporting and wanting Cha-Cha's New Gen Cafe, located at 6417 Evers, San Antonio, Texas, 78238, to remain open at this location. We are asking for favor for this business and requesting your consideration in signing a 3-year lease for Cha-Cha's. Thank you again for your consideration. We have also brought a financial report. This is last year's financial report, and this is this year's financial report. Here you go. I'm going to pass those around to everybody. Last year's report, which is in beige, is before we had our liquor license. So we're looking at 22 years gross, and this is before we had our liquor license, and in green is when we attained our liquor license. As you see, for this coming year, in 2023, we have the real, which is what we made for January, which is a 52% increase. In February is real, and you have 178.2% increase. And in March is real, and that is 161% increase. Now,
All right. Ms. Vanya, if you'll just finish up, your 3 minutes are up, but just if you'll finish your statement, I'd appreciate that.
And then the bottom projections are just as if we had the worst case scenario, which is 40% on the bottom.
Okay, great. Thank you. We will certainly review that.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead and leave all the signature petitions over with Mrs. Caldera.
You bet. Thank you. Thank you for coming in this evening.
you.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Gamboa. Good evening and welcome.
Maria Gamboa, Forest Meadow, Leon Valley. I'm surprised to hear her say that they want her to move out. It's a really nice place. It's very clean, and I'm a clean freak. I like things clean. I'm not overly, trying to, you're one of those really clean freaks, but I like cleanliness. And every time I've ever gone in there, it's been really nice. I hate to see it go, one, because we don't have anything as nice as that here in Leon Valley. Everything is kind of fast food and stuff. And if you've eaten there, I don't know if you have, she decorates, or what she puts on your plate is really, really nice. It doesn't look like, slop or anything like that. So I don't know why, how many times she's missed her payment or whatever, but I don't see a reason for it to go away, because I think it's something really nice that we have in Leon Valley other than fast foods. So
Okay.
with that,
Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Smith. If you'll.
Excuse me, my name is John. I live at 6922 Evening Sun Street. And I'm glad that y'all will let me make a little talk on these deer. I've been feeding them 10 years. I feed them corn. And the deer are very healthy. I would like for y'all to take into consideration when you stop feeding them, the citizens of Leon Valley is going to be upset, because they're going to come in and eat all your flowers up and your strawberries. It don't stop at 100%, but it slows it down. And then you're going to have a bunch of deer in the streets all night long, because they'll roam around. But they've got a good habitat. People like to come and look at them. They're amazed of how many's in there, and the kids like them. But I hope y'all would consider the fact of, for the deer's health, they're very healthy, so feeding them, from my opinion, I can't see where it hurts them. Now, there's certain household items you don't want to feed them, that, for a fact you shouldn't feed them. But I hope y'all consider the fact of letting us keep feeding them, and where the power line is right here, big power line, there's several houses that feed them. They've got feeders hung on their fences. And it helps them stay in one area, But thank y'all.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate those comments. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Mr. Banas, go ahead. Good evening and welcome, Jason.
Council, Mayor Riley, I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to bid on the city again. Since 1984, we're now 3 generations that have worked with this city, which is pretty impressive. Not only just that, through all the hard times that we've gone through with the city, through the protesters, and I even had them threaten to shoot up my house. It was pretty crazy, through all the stuff we went. But we've went through a lot with this city, and we've hung in there, and I think we've done a phenomenal job, and we plan on doing it many more years, especially with the 3rd generation in it now. So I just want to say thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Banas. Do appreciate it. And that was regarding the towing, which is on the agenda this evening. All right. Yes, Ms. Martinez. Good evening and welcome.
Pat Martinez, Seneca Estates. I'm all for the Banas towing because we know the people. They do a great job, and they've been doing this for years for y'all. And I think they should be allowed to do it some more. I want to put my 2 cents worth on the Cha-Cha's Cafe. We've been going there several times this past year and this year. Food is great. service is good, and it's close to home, and I'm glad that we can go and visit and have a nice meal and not be hurried or rushed or drove out by people making so much noise you just want to get up and leave. So I would appreciate that they would be able to stay a little bit more than through June, because we will miss them, and there'd be a lot of people in the city that would be upset that they have to go. And I just hope that you reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else? Good evening, Mr. Shippey. How are you? Welcome back.
Want to give you an update on the
Great.
Vista Del Rey apartments. So we have 29 buildings now that we've done stair repairs and have certificates of occupancy in hand. We'll have 4 more this week. So we're about at the 50% mark and making great progress.
And I just want to know, what's the total number that we need to get to? 100 then? No,
60.
60.
So
That's right.
So we're at around 50% right now.
Okay, so 60 total buildings, and you have 29 plus 4 more to go. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. I just wanted to make sure I got that correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. 60 total. All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, it was a great citizens to be heard this evening. Thank you for your input. We go to presentations 3.1. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with a selected towing company to provide towing and impound services for Leon Valley. And we have our Chief of Police, David Gonzalez, here to present. Good evening.
Mayor, Council.
You bet.
This presentation is the result of our RFP, request for proposals on towing. Our contract will be ending.
Other clicker, other one. Hold on. If you wait, I'll get you back. There you go.
Our contract will be ending at the end of the month on April 30th. We put out the request in February. The deadline was in March. Selected a 5-member committee to review all the proposals. Committee members were my assistant chief, Mike Tackert, the patrol lieutenant who used the towing services the most, Leon Valley Fire Department Assistant Chief, Eric Burnside, and the Deputy Fire Marshal who has used towing services in the past, Justin Garcia, and then our City Secretary, Sandra P. The committee reviewed all the RFPs, and the results are as follows. Bannis Towing came out with 98% of scoring. Texas Towing at 70%, and Ridgeway Towing got a 94%. This is taking lots of factors into consideration, their equipment, their manpower, their ability to handle all the different crashes and other circumstances that we have that we need towing services for. So they provided their proposals, which are available if y'all need them. City Secretary has all of them. And this was the result. I'm hoping that you, as a body, allow city manager to discuss a contract with the selected contractor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilor Hefner has a question. Please begin.
Two, actually.
Two. Okay.
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Just looking at the RFP comparison, two things jump out at me. One, the top two, Bannis Towing and Ridgeway Towing, appear to be pretty close. And so whenever I see something close like that, I look to see where are they different, right? And the two places that I see that are different are their bid price. Ridgeway Towing is about 50% of what Bannis Towing is. And then I see work history. So Ridgeway Towing was graded down for work history, but I found it interesting that the fee schedule, they were graded the same given that the bid price was half. So could you speak to those couple of items and explain kind of the background of why we felt the work history was 66%, right? So 10 out of 15 possible. And then why there wasn't a discrepancy, or why there wasn't any difference in the fee schedule given the bid price.
Okay, well, I've seen the results and I've seen the bid packets. What jumped out at me was the price tag for the standard towing that Ridgeway proposed. That's the one that's really low compared to the other two. They are a new company in the area that are putting out RFPs for towing services. They're trying to get into the market. Some of the other pricing was pretty much exactly the same or close, within a couple of dollars. So that was the initial, we're here, the other two big guys are here. I can't say what their business model is, but I know that if I'm trying to win a bid, I am going to do as low as I can on something. So I'm pretty sure that's what they did. I'm sure the committee discussed it. City Secretary is one of the ones that was in the discussions. I was not in on that because I didn't want my 2 cents to influence anybody. The other thing that Bannis was scored higher on is Bannis has a history with the city. Bannis has been able to help us out on some major crashes. We had an 18-wheeler, a rock carrier, overturn a bender and 410 during lunch. They were able to assist us. They were on it. They had the equipment ready, available. They have their drivers ready and available. They don't have to call anybody in. They don't have to get their tow truck moving by the guy that's driving the lower class wrecker, call him up, go pick up the big wrecker, that type of situation. I don't know if Ridgeway is equipped that way yet. I'm sure they will be eventually. That was one of the questions that they asked during the discussion that I had with them in their before the proposal was due. We had a meeting and they could ask me questions on what we were looking for. So those are a couple of the differences.
Okay.
Sure. I'd love to hear from either Dr. Cordero or Ms. Posley around the details of those deliberations and how the scoring came out.
So you can get the individual score sheets if you would like. Again, it had to do with work product, right? So we have a lot of major accidents with heavy machinery that wreck all the time along Bandera Road. And what was included in the bid packet, I think Bannis Towing has an advantage to know what types of wrecks we have. So they were very detailed in their description in their RFP. And so it was illustrated that they can handle those types of wrecks. Whereas the other two bidders didn't really give the detail on how long it would take their response time to be able to respond to those types of wrecks, whereas Bannis Towing was able to show that they could respond quickly, and they've been proven to be able to.
Understood. How long's the current contract been in place? I think that was on the previous slide.
2012.
So we've had a 10-year contract for towing?
It was a 5-year initially.
Okay.
And it had a clause for a 5-year extension.
Okay, understood. So I think Dr. Cordero and I would agree, just based on other contracts that we've talked about in my time on council, it's not a great idea to go into those kinds of long-term engagements. And I would certainly have concerns with a 5-year contract, right? I'd like to look at something shorter. If we have a competitor who is new to the market and has an opportunity, I don't see any problem with exploring that, given the attractive price, right? We have to also be good stewards of our taxpayer dollars. So
you have to remember that that attractive price is for a base tow. It's not.
I understand.
The larger.
I understand,
tow
but the chief also said that the other pricing was relatively comparable for heavy machinery tows or other things.
But whether or not they can tow without calling a supplemental contractor in to do it is the question.
Which would be the reason for not having an extensive contract, right? Can we try something out for 6 months, give them a period of performance to say, hey, can you demonstrate that you can handle our workload? And if not, then we're going to, go back out for bid. 50% is a lot. I'd like to see what our total costs are on towing for the last 6 months.
We can get that information for you if you'd like before y'all make a decision.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
One thing that I can tell you, Bannis used to be across the parking lot from me when I was at Key Storage. And I know for a fact that they have, I believe it's a 35-ton wrecker. It's a monster. And that can haul big semis and bigger things without, a smaller company will not have that kind of equipment. They will have to contract, if it's something major, they would have to contract with somebody like Bannis that has that to come in and work and do that kind of work for them. It's one thing having just small wreckers or even a flatbed, but I know for a fact Bannis has several, because I see them. And if you drive down Posse now, they moved over on Posse. If you drive by on there, you'll see all their wreckers. So they have a very extensive inventory of equipment. So that's one thing I can say. And I know for a fact, I don't know if it's Chief, you can maybe answer this. I know in the past they used to give the emollient if there's a major accident that had leakage.
Cleaning up a crash site is part of what would be in the contract.
Yeah, but I believe in the past they would give the fire department bags of that stuff. So they're normally the first responders, and if the car is leaking, they can throw down that stuff before the wrecker comes. So, and I don't think they charge the city for that. So they've done some things to help the city. So that's my comments.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anyone else? I was going to ask you, Chief, does Ridgeway and/or Texas Tow have experience with municipalities?
Texas Towing does. I think they just got the Chavano contract, and they do work for San Antonio as well.
Okay. And then would you explain how does this fee for towing work? Who is it charged to? Is it charged to the person whose car is being, and then how is it charged to the impound? I mean, if you could just explain that.
Right now, if Bannis Towing goes to our lot, it's a set fee, $295. They get $95. The city gets $200.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What I asked for in the RFP was basic fees for towing. The second half of that will be hammered out in contract negotiations. So I already know what it is with Mr. Bannis and Bannis Towing. I don't know what it will end up with Texas Towing and Ridgeway. They put in their flat fee for towing. That's where the other low price is.
I see.
So it's not as simple as looking at
Okay, that's what I was.
the RFP. There's going to be some more discussion here.
Okay.
And what exactly you will bring to the table when you come to ours, when you take to yours. The RFP requested a flat towing service fee. What is that?
Okay. And then how many times a month would you guesstimate that we need one of those big, huge rigs on Bandera Road? Is it quite often?
Okay, the one on Eckerd and Bandera last month, and I think we had the one on Grissom.
Okay.
It can be one time a month.
Uh-huh.
It can be 3 times in a month.
See. So, but it's a necessary.
Yes, ma'am. We need
truck.
to be able to
Okay.
respond at that time.
Okay, very good.
And you know what happens to Bandera?
I know.
Anytime.
Yeah, it backs up miserably. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Anyone else? Mr. Roscoe?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Chief, thank you so much for this presentation, and I'm okay with this contract. I just do have a question, though. This is a rating system that we utilized in our federal government decades ago, and I used it as well, and and I can see where you'll be going as far as making certain topics more important than the others. There's a thing that tow trucks do that I don't know exactly what it's called, throw down or put down, where they're getting ready to tow a vehicle, and if the owner comes in right away, they give them, they say, okay, $100 and I'll go ahead. Now, I know that they'll be called to do what we already going to tow regardless or not. Are they going to, do they work in Leon Valley also on private businesses that may call the tow truck to remove them off their property?
I don't know if any of the companies have contracts with private businesses. I don't know that.
Okay. And if I'm afraid that if we only do it for a short time, 2 years or so forth, instead of the regular 5, that when we go for another bid, the price is going to go higher, a lot higher. It's not going to go. Is this guaranteed? Is price guaranteed for the duration of the contract?
All the final details would have to be hammered out. I can tell you that when fuel went up, we had our contract and we didn't renegotiate anything.
Okay. I'm okay with the contract. And I'll go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and approve 3.1 and allow the city manager to go into contract with the towing company.
Okay. All
But
right.
with which towing
With
company?
Bannis.
Yeah.
Bannis, yes, I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
Yes. Let me finish. We have a motion by Mr. Orozco and a second by Mr. Martinez to allow the city manager to enter into a towing contract with Bannis Towing as per the discussion. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, so I just had a couple of questions based on what you said, Chief. You said that the fee is $295 and Bannis gets $95 and the city gets $200. Can you expound upon
our
that?
impound lot.
If Bannis tows someone to our impound lot,
Correct.
then we, the city, are charging $295 to the citizen,
Correct.
and then Bannis is getting $95 of that.
Correct.
And that's outlined in their existing contract.
Correct.
Okay, my second question is, if we had all this detail from the historical contract that's been in place the last 10 years, and we knew how our towing services and needs were manifesting on a day-to-day basis, why was the RFP submitted with just a base price request?
I want to know what other companies were going to charge as a flat fee going to their lot, and then we'll hammer out what's going to cost to come to our lot.
Yeah, I have some concerns about the way that RFP was done. I don't have a problem with the city manager using her judgment. I trust her judgment in terms of who to contract with. Just as a point of order, I would recommend that Mr. Martinez abstain from the vote, given that his wife mentioned they know the people that own Bannis Towing. So if that's going to be a named party to an agreement that we're making a motion on, I would recommend that he abstain.
Yeah, well, I'll ask the city attorney. Go ahead. I don't quite understand it. He knows,
So what is the relationship? Knowing someone, I don't think.
All I know is that Ms. Martinez came up during her comments during Citizens to be Heard and mentioned that we know the people at Bannis and made a comment during Citizens to be Heard to potentially influence an RFP for the city. And I don't know the nature of the relationship that Mr. Martinez has, but just on its face, I would, out of a avoidance of any kind of appearance of impropriety, I think it would be wise.
I can let Mr. Martinez respond.
Okay.
I do not get any kickback or anything for voting for Bannis Towing. I voted for them in the past. They've done a good job. That's all I know. And tonight, I reviewed the bid package. In fact, I was remiss. I had too much going on, but I reviewed it yesterday and today. So that's the first time that I knew this topic was even coming up. So I haven't had any chance to do anything other than that. I just know that they were across, you know, I used to have my office at Key Storage. They have a small industrial park, and I was on Suite 605, and I believe they were on 606, directly across from me. So, you know, I know them because of that. You know,
I think that's enough. I don't think it moves to the extent where you need to abstain from the vote.
Thank you.
I just have some clarification. So I was, in looking at the RFPs, I was looking at a possible 3-year agreement. And with whatever towing company y'all recommended this evening, if that's okay with the council.
With no extension?
With no
built in?
extension. So
Just 3
so
years.
to be honest with you, y'all have seen, and y'all have been seeing it on your pipeline. I have your health inspector one coming up. I have your building inspector one. I took a look at a lot of your contracts that were long-term contracts, like your Tiger Sanitation. This process to change just because you have a low rate reminds me of why we changed to Tiger and what I'm looking at it from the perspective of Banish Towing's history. They're a Leon Valley business, they're Leon Valley residents. To be able to tow to the location, for residents to come here, they have to pick up their vehicle. So when they come pick up their vehicle, it's here. Ridgeway isn't here, it's away. The Texas Tow Company is away. So you'd be sending people here to pay, and then they'd have to travel to go pick up the vehicle unless the vehicle was here. So those were all the things that were taken into consideration when the committee took a look at that. And council has always given preference to local businesses because we also see the sales tax from those conversations. And so we always take a look and provide consideration for those attributes as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dr. Caldera, and that satisfies my questions. I think it's my responsibility just to ask the questions and do the due diligence. And Mr. Martinez, just to clarify, I wasn't alluding that you may have any sort of kickback. I was simply saying if you have a relationship, it may be prudent. I wasn't trying to imply anything else.
All right. Mr. Stevens, would you like to weigh in? And then Mr. Martinez, if you have something else, or Mr. Bradshaw. And I have 2 people that have raised their hands in the chambers, and I'd like to hear from them. Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Yeah, so I kind of along the same lines. I feel like this, because when we're presented with this information with close scores, and I had talked to the chief about this earlier, and I mean, there's a lot of reasons why Banis is the recommended, vendor to use for this, aside from what's on this rubric. And I feel like it kind of reminds me of like cell phone service providers, how you can go with the lowest base price, but then they tack on like a ton of like fees and all this extra garbage. And like, so for example, just a simple thing is like, we know the base towing rate, but what if the first day of storage at Ridgeway is, and I don't know what it is because we weren't provided that, but what if it's $150 for day one, Banis's lot charges $20 for day one? Well, that right there is kind of negates each other. And so I just feel like maybe in the future, and I think this is kind of, I think we'll close on this issue today, but in future contracts, if we're presented with the whole justification versus just the one number.
Sure, that's why we put together a committee that me and the chief stay out of it. I didn't get involved at all in their discussions. When I did see the scores, I had the same questions y'all did. I looked at a couple of comments, I asked a couple of questions, but I don't provide input. I let them score independently amongst each other, and because they're from different departments, and the reason we like when Ms. Pasley sits on it is because she doesn't have any experience with any of she's not towing vehicles. So she's looking at it from really a, bird's eye view kind of situation. And so we always like to have people that are partaking with individuals that we're actually working with, and then individuals in our city that don't have anything to do with any of these contractors. And so I'm going to recommend a 3-year contract because I do believe that eventually maybe Ridgeway or Texas Tow Company, after they've been around for a little while, and we'll have some history from like even Texas Tow, how they did in Chavano Park and how they performed, could very well increase their scores for the next bid process, and that's why I'm recommending a 3-year and not a 5-year with the 5-year extension.
Okay, all right. Mr. Bradshaw, we haven't heard from you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
So my initial concern with this is the fact that I do procurement for a living, and I see that Banis's price is almost double the lowest price, and we're saying that they're the same in the fee schedule as Councilor Hefner pointed out, that's kind of a red flag to me. And I would definitely go back and say you need to lower your price, just the bid price. That's number one. And two, just the straight up, the pricing the way it's presented is this is just your single tow price, as again Councilor Hefner already pointed out, versus the fee schedule. I don't know if that was clear to the other people who received the bid. If those instructions were clear, if that's what the expectation is, and it sounds like we're going to decide on somebody and then we're going to negotiate, right? Which is kind of backwards, in my opinion, the way it should be. And I don't know. I don't feel very comfortable with the way this process was done. I would like to see also how many cars. I know you don't have a projection of 2023, how many cars are we going to tow, but you could take 2022's data and say, how many did we tow? What's the total impact? 285 versus 145, is that 5,000 cars? Is that 10,000 cars? How many cars are we towing in a year? That's the real dollar impact to the city and the citizens by accepting the highest bidder. Service is one thing, but paying almost twice as much for a good service, I don't know. It just doesn't seem...
Okay. All right. Mr. Martinez, you had another comment, and then we'll hear from the two citizens that have their hands up. Yes, sir.
I have, one of my first question is, a bid price of 145. Right now, Bannis, there was already announced that the towing price, the city keeps, what, $95, and the city, Bannis gets 95, and the city gets 200. How can the city get $200 if they're going to only charge 145? So, that's got to knock down on the city's income portion of what's given.
Point of information, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Councilor Martinez, you're incorrect. That price is one way towed to their lot. There's no city fee in there.
Yeah, but
There's
Bannis is giving us $200.
There's no city fee in there. No. That's if it's towed to their lot, they keep all the money. Right? If it's towed to our lot, we get 200 and they get 95. That's not this price.
I think I'd like to hear Bannis
Dr.
explain.
Caldera explained it earlier. Her chief explained it earlier. Sorry. That this price was one way towed to their lot.
Right.
That's what this price was. So this doesn't apply to what your argument.
Okay, I'd like
correct.
to see give Bannis a chance to respond to that, and I'm in favor of making this a 5-year contract with a 5-year renewal.
Okay. Let me hear from Ms. Martinez and then Mr. Campos, and then we'll come back to the dais.
Pat Martinez, I resent what you said, Jed, about because we knew them. It's not like we get together every weekend, have parties, and all that stuff. We only see them when Benny was at his office and they came in. We'd say hi, maybe talk a little bit, and we go our own ways. That is no reason to insinuate because we knew them. I know you, but I have nothing to do with you other than here. Same thing with them, and I didn't appreciate that.
Okay.
And what they said, his charge is $295. They get the $95 for towing. We get the $200. What is wrong with that? You're making money off of it. You don't know if you'll make money from the other two because you don't know what they're going to do.
Okay.
And so I just think that, some of these things that are said, they're unnecessary, and I think you should go with Bannis.
Thank you. Mr. Campos.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council, City Manager. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Philip Campos. I'm from Castle Estates, and I do public procurement for a living. I'm the contracting director for the San Antonio Water System, and I'm going to tell you one of the chief objectives of doing an RFP is to put everyone on a level playing field. What's presented here, in my opinion only, is that there was not a level playing field. How do you have somebody get scored higher because they have a work history with us and the other firm that hasn't gets a lower one. And then you have a difference in fee schedule, but yet the scores are the same. That is not how you do public procurement. Okay? You're wanting to come back with another contract, and what you're doing, if you accept this, you're going to defeat somebody coming back because you're looking at, well, I don't have the work history, I'm not local. Was that presented as a requirement in the RFP? This is not a level playing field. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I have nothing against the Banisses. Great work, I'm sure. But I'm just talking about purely public procurement.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Banis. No, Mr. Jason, we need to have you at the mic so we can hear you and everybody else can hear you.
We only charge the city, we only get paid $95 on everything that we tow for the city out of that money. The rest of it goes to the city. If it goes to our lot, it's the same price that is what the city charges. Because if we charge, so the city's charging $295 for a tow, right? Okay. We only make $95 of that $295. If we tow it to our facility, we charge the $285. The reason for that, we are responsible for all hazmat cleanup. So anybody know how much hazmat costs to clean up a facility? It's thousands and thousands of dollars. We have to keep that maintained. We have to keep all that up. That new orange tow truck, it was on the front cover of y'all's bid proposal. That truck was $900,000. It's the cost of a fire truck, pretty much. Insurance on tow trucks nowadays. The insurance for 11 tow trucks is $450,000 a year. It's not cheap. Fuel prices have skyrocketed. Have you ever paid fuel on 11 trucks? Y'all would know because the city buys fuel, but cities get discounted rates. We don't. We have to pay full price. So we have to take into consideration how big those costs are. A flatbed tow truck 2 years ago was $95,000. Our brand new one that we just got was $160 because they can't find tow trucks anymore. It's a 2-year waiting list to get a truck. To get an 18-wheeler tow truck is a 3.5-year wait. And on the 5-year contracts, I'm always for 5-year contracts. The reason for that, when you have to buy $1 million truck, or the last 2 years because of our contracts, we've spent $2 million on new updated equipment, so all of our cities have phenomenal service. When you spend $2 million, you have to prove why you're going to be able to handle that. And that's why the city, for all these years, has given us a 5-year and 2 5-year extensions, because we keep phenomenal updated equipment at all times. Not only just that, your fire department, when they need to train, I provide all the cars. We go across town, pick up the cars. We help them with their training. We take the cars back. We spend hours and hours of community service time helping the city every year. The Derby race, you probably know, I spent hundreds of hours with the Derby race, every year helping that go.
You sure did. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I do want to clarify
Yes,
something.
all right. Yes, please. Let's clarify this.
Yeah, just a little bit. Okay. So yes, I mentioned the good that Banis did, but work history, just to clarify what Mr. Campos said, Banis Towing has been in business longer than the other companies. That's why they scored higher on the work history. And so it wasn't that because they were a local business. I mean, I made those comments because it has always been this council's preference to take that into consideration. I'm not saying it was taken into consideration in these scores. I'm saying it has always been from the members of this dais to take that into consideration as well when making a decision. I'm not saying that as part of the procurement or the scores that were made up here that was taken into consideration. So I just want to clarify that comment, because for as far as level playing field is concerned, that's why we didn't come up here with a slide recommendation and say staff is recommending. We are saying the staff that rated the proposals, this is the rate. These are the scores, but you can certainly, that's why there wasn't a recommendation and it wasn't listed on the agenda as us saying we're recommending this agreement. We wanted the council to make that decision on what y'all wanted to do or to provide us direction on what you wanted to do. And so we weren't making the selection.
Very good. Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for that clarification, Dr. Caldera. So, Mr. Manis, I appreciate you sharing your costs, and hazmat cleanup and all that stuff, but basically what you're saying is your competitor can tow and clean everything up and do the hazmat stuff for about half the cost that you guys are spending right now. So
Our price is $95.
But that's so $95 towing to our lot. It'd be the same no matter who we choose if we keep the same fee schedule. But I would like to see, Dr. Caldera, you said, what would you like to see? I would like to see a breakdown of cars towed in 2022, how many came to Leon Valley and how many went to the towing company.
Okay.
Or how many were charged with that, to kind of see what the breakdown is we're talking about. And then, and I guess another thing is this bid price of $285, we're talking towing. I'm assuming that gets passed on to whoever's car gets towed, pass-through cost, or is it the city paying these costs and then we get reimbursed?
Chief, is it a pass-through cost? That's what I thought. Yeah.
It's the owner of the vehicle
Yeah,
pays.
right. Right. Okay. Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody has some
Come
very
back around.
valid concerns and ideas. I believe that we have given the city manager a guideline of where to go with. And I like some of the ideas, especially Councilor Bradshaw, where say we're putting the cart before the horse. And we making, I'd like to continue on with my, I'll go ahead and continue on, but I also would like to make a determination once we get that information that the council's requested before we sign a final contract with them. If I can amend my, my motion to state that, how much time do we got, Chief, before the contract ends?
It's the end of the month.
Yeah, but there is a
April 30th.
clause, we can just continue to go month to month. Like, there's no reason to, that's
Okay.
why I put it on as a presentation and not a regular agenda item. I have done towing contracts at least 3 times here. It's always a contentious thing because you never compare apples to apples when it comes to towing contracts. And so when Mr. Campos talks about a level playing field, that's why we asked for a base tow price for that particular reason. I don't know what the cost is, or if, because I didn't go through everybody's individual bid packet because I was trying to stay out of it. I don't know how much Ridgeway would charge if they have to do hazmat cleaning. There could be associated fees with that. And so it could be more than what Bannis is only charging us $95 for that. If we went to Ridgeway, it may be $300 for that. I didn't go through each individual. I purposely stayed out of it because I wanted the committee to provide y'all with some unbiased, like, because if I went in there and we're like, we love Bannis, they would be like, oh, we're going to rate it higher. We wanted to make sure that we weren't impacting that committee.
Okay, very good.
If I can amend
So
my
what did you want?
motion.
Excuse me just a second.
Is that-
Let me-
you
let me
got another
let
thing to
let
say,
you
go
finish.
ahead.
Were you going to amend your
Well, I
motion,
wanted
or
to go
did
ahead
you
and
have?
to continue on with the motion that I originally made with the city manager providing the information that's requested by the council before she goes into a final contract.
Okay, so
And the
still a
information
3-year,
that they're requesting.
still a 3-year contract with Bannis, but provide the information, as Mr. Bradshaw, I think, is saying, the
Right,
history
and
of the
also
tows.
Councilor Hefner and,
So the agreement itself would have to come back to y'all for y'all to vote on as a
Okay.
regular
Yeah,
agenda.
and that's
item.
exactly
So
what I
I
wanted to
just
know.
needed action as to which carrier y'all wanted me or provider you would want me to move forward.
And then you would go
I
negotiate
would
it,
go
come back.
negotiate and then come
Okay.
back with those.
Gotcha.
okay.
Okay, so you don't
I'm
think you have
okay
to
with that.
amend
As long as we get the
anything?
information before we
Yeah.
sign the contract.
Okay, I don't think you have to amend anything. Yes, Mr.
And,
Hefner, go
and
ahead.
I think that we do. I think that the RFP process needs to be redone. I think that when you give a bid, and I have been on the contractor side, so I completely understand Mr. Bannis's position of submitting an RFP response. And when a proposal is requested, you submit your proposal. I have serious concerns with the fact that we're basically saying $190 of the $285 bid price that Bannis has for their base tow, we're saying the city is paying and then we're getting back, right? So what we're saying is out of a $285 bid price that we're then passing on to a consumer, to a citizen who got their car towed, we're paying Bannis 95 of those dollars, and we're keeping $200.
No, that's different.
So,
yes.
so let's clarify, Chief,
Yeah,
because
let's-
I want to
yeah,
understand what
yeah.
we're talking about.
The 285 is a tow, basic tow to their yard.
So one of your officers pulls somebody over,
No.
and then we decide that car needs to be towed.
No.
Hang on just a second.
Or
Let
there's
him-
a
let-
derelict vehicle.
Let him answer the question, please. Go ahead.
A crash, okay?
Sure.
This is what goes to Bannis's lot. This is what would go to Ridgeway's lot. A crash where the vehicle is immobile
Mm-hmm.
and is leaking fluids. We do not want that at our impound lot.
Got it.
So it goes to theirs. Bannis is saying 285. Texas Towing, like
260.
260. And Ridgeway said 145.
Okay.
So then in that scenario, I would describe that scenario in the RFP as an undrivable vehicle that's leaking hazmat, right? You have other tow scenarios, right? You have mobile vehicles that get towed.
Okay. Do you know how long my RFP would be if I listed every single one?
List the three most common.
Okay.
Right? So my concern here is that we're saying we are being asked to decide which company to go with based on a list price and everything else being equal. And the information about the list price is flawed.
That's why I asked for your generic basic tow prices for this vehicle, this vehicle, this vehicle. It's the breakdown is there for this tonnage, this tonnage, this tonnage, this tonnage. This is your basic fee. That's what I asked for. The rest, because there's unlimited number of variables, that's what gets hammered out in the contract discussion. They were all told they could come and ask questions, which two of them asked questions, one of them just sat there during our meeting, our pre-bid meeting. So they had an opportunity to come ask. Like I said, two asked, one just sat there.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody else over there? Okay. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one more thing. I was just kind of trying to compare what San Antonio charges towing, and I found this thing from the Texas Department of TDLR, Texas Department of Licensing and Regulations. And one of the things on their website says, how much can a towing company legally charge in Texas? Maximum towing fees permitted by law are as follows. Light duty tows, $255. Medium duty tows, $357. Heavy duty tows, $459 per unit. It's like a 10,000 pound maximum. It goes up weight class. So I just wonder how that matches with this, since the 285 is
the
higher
285
than
for
the-
everything? I know, Mr. Bannis need to go to the podium. Thank you.
That's for towaways. That's for towaways.
Towaways?
Yeah, that's so, like, if you're illegally parked at an apartment complex. The reason why the state did that is because, and if you look at San Antonio's rate, the state made a max rate, and then San Antonio come back and said, well, we don't like that rate, we want it cheaper. So anybody that does towaways, they have to do it at that rate. Now, like Cresswell's Towing, all their apartment complexes that they do here in Leon Valley, they can charge that max fee because it's not in San Antonio, because it's in the city of Leon Valley. So they can come here and charge the max fees unless, like, Leon Valley says, you know what, we want to set a rate for towaways only. So there's in TDLR, there's like multiple different rules and laws to everything, but it strictly goes to towaways because
So towaways versus like crashes is the cheapest.
Yeah,
rate
towards
there.
crashes
Okay.
or a broke down car.
Thank you for
and
clarifying
stuff
that.
like
And then the San Antonio rate, I saw that too. Is it still, do you know, $177?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so their max
still
is
way
$177.
cheaper.
Right.
Okay. All right.
And then Bear County has their own. All the counties all kind of changed to what they are, but TDLR made a max, says nobody can go over this for those cars.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay,
Okay,
so we have a motion and a second on the table. Did you have something else to, I was going to go ahead and take the vote. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, I'm okay with the motion, and I think the city manager has enough information to go forward and give us that information, and we'll have the final say-so on this.
Okay, she'll bring back, you're authorizing her to bring back a contract.
Yes,
with this
ma'am.
motion for Bannis contract, Bannis Towing for 3 years.
Point of order,
correct?
Mayor. The agenda item is to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement.
But she wanted a selected towing company, and that's why he has to say Bannis.
I understand, but the agenda item says authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement. So a motion here authorizes the city manager to enter into an agreement with the selected company. So I understand the city
But
manager
you-
saying
you-
that we have to come back and
yeah.
review the contract when it comes, but that's the concern that I have, is that we're being asked to vote on allowing you to enter into an agreement with a selected company when we don't agree with the process with which the selected company was selected.
You don't agree with the way the process of the selected company was in agreement with. His motion was for me to enter, or to bring back, so you can amend an motion, so yes, it was to authorize me to enter into the contract. What I'm telling y'all, which would make y'all more comfortable, is for me to bring back the agreement, so y'all can vote on the agreement, and I can bring back the requested information, the number of cars towed to their lot versus the number of cars towed here. I can, in the meantime, send y'all the actual bid packet responses if y'all want to take a look at them and do your own score sheet and come up with your own conclusions for that. But I can bring back that agreement for you if that's the company you want to select. If the motion fails and you want to come back with a different motion, that's fine. Our RFP that we used, we looked at multiple cities. I will say that this has been the first time we've brought back a towing contract. The city manager, the last time, just signed the agreement.
And I want to empower you, Dr. Caldera, to be able to sign these types of agreements. But when the RFP process goes through, right, if TXLR is, or whatever the body Mr. Bradshaw suggested, if they have stated rates for light duty, medium duty, heavy duty, why are we not building our RFP around that? Like, or not even, I mean, just categorize it, right? Like, that's what I would like to see instead of just
Mr.
base
Banner
price.
said,
Chief,
that
go ahead
is-
and answer that.
That
Go
is
ahead.
for towaways with contracts with apartment complexes. Have you ever lived in San Antonio?
Yes, I have, Chief.
Okay. In an apartment complex?
No, Chief.
Okay. I worked in San Antonio, and I know that there was some predator wrecker services that were picking up cars left and right from apartment complexes because they were visiting. Multiple news reports, if you Google it, and you will find how some of the tow companies were charging outrageous prices. The Texas Department of Licensing, TDLR, they regulate towing for those purposes, but they also regulate what they can and can't do. They have regulations on how they even dress when they're driving their towing companies. They can't account for every variable.
I understand that, Chief. I guess I would feel a lot more comfortable going back to the RFP process. Dr. Caldera has said that there's not an urgency. The existing contract has a provision in place that we can continue on.
Okay.
So that would be my
Let's go ahead and vote on this motion that's pending. And Ms. Postlev, if you'll please call the roll.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
I'm going to surprise no.
Counselor, okay. Counselor Orozco?
Yes.
And Counselor Bradshaw?
No.
Okay, the motion is defeated. 2 ayes and 3 nays. And is there an alternate motion, or what would the council like? Mr.
Can I just?
Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
So I will end with the motion.
Okay.
So I think listening to this, I was reminded of the Tiger Sanitation, how the bids were put out. I received all those packets as a citizen at that point, and we got bids for certain services 2 days a week. We weren't comparing apples to apples. We ended up contracting with something that completely was not even requested in the RFP. And I think if it's very likely that Banis may still be the most competitive, but I do think we should go back and do the RFP again. We aren't in a rush. Go month to month until then. Do the RFP again. Get a level playing field. If one of the big reasons we're going with Banis is because their rate in city is is low, like if they tow to our own lot, like we should ask the other people what their rate is for towing to our own lot as well, just so it's an equal playing field all the way around. Because ultimately, I think Banis they're probably the most qualified in this, but we were doing proposals, not qualifications. And so I think that if we want them to have, respond within 20 minutes to a vehicle crash, like that should be listed. And I don't know that much about this stuff at all. But like Ridgeway, do they only have like 3 trucks, total in the whole city? And maybe that's a reason we're going with it. I just feel like we could probably be provided more information that starts with leveling the playing field from the very beginning. And until then, we'll just continue with Banis. And
So what I'll do is I won't go out for an RFP again, because these are the ones, I don't want to get additional towing companies. So I want to work with these 3 tow companies and ask the questions that you're looking for. So if it is like how many vehicles y'all are looking at, what's the tow going to cost to go to tow to Leon Valley, and then have the committee re-rate those provisions and bring that back to y'all, does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, and maybe some itemization is what
Okay.
Yeah.
So do we
as-
need to
as
make a
much-
motion to table this until she comes back?
Well, go ahead.
It's already
Mr.
been defeated.
Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
So I think there's a lot of other ancillary things,
Yeah.
and I understand that you don't want to like get all of this information, but the reality is all of it is important. And so, for example, like the example I gave earlier, if Banis charges $20 for day one when they tow to their lot, but then Ridgeway charges $300 for day one, like that's a significant difference, and that should definitely play a role in the final decision making. And so maybe look for those. And I don't know how to word this, but probably more data is better than not enough data in order to make a decision.
Okay. Was that a motion? No, go ahead. Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, I think Mr. Stevens' point's well taken, right? In making these decisions, it's a give and take. And to Mr. Bradshaw's point, if there's 80% of all of our tows are towed to their place, right, then that's going to weigh in more heavily, right? And understanding kind of what is our profile for what we've done in the past. I think that information is helpful. So the motion I would make, sorry, I know
Can I just say something? If we're going to get real specific like that, then let's compare the vehicles that they have. How many vehicles do they have, and how does that work?
That should also be
where
part
are
of the
they
proposal.
located? I don't know where Ridgeway is located. I don't know where Texas Tow
Callahan.
is. So just how far are they from Leon Valley? All of that
So
is
what I'll do is I've heard you, I mean, y'all don't need to make a motion, the
Okay.
motion failed, this is a presentation, y'all can table it, leave it indifferently, and I can just, sometime, after I get with all the tow companies, I'll get some of these questions answered to y'all, for y'all, and then I will just bring back the answers to those questions for y'all in some sort of spreadsheet form, and then y'all can make your decision based on that.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Mr. Martinez and then Ms. Pusley. Go ahead.
There's one important question I'd like to see answered. I don't care what company it is. If there's a tow, it's an accident tow, how much the city gets? We know Banis charges $295. They get $95. The city gets $200. From the other 2 companies, I'd like to find out how much the city's going to get.
Okay. Ms. Pusley.
Hi, as a member of the committee, I would like to say that the number of vehicles, the size of their vehicles, that was all in this bid, and we did review all that. This took us hours to go through these. There was a lot of detail to it, and Chief Tackert's out there, and he could vouch for that. But that was included. Not once did we ever consider who is local. We did ask, to see where their lots were and then, what space they had available, and that also played a role in that. But each of those categories had many things that we had to review.
Okay.
that includes some of the things you're
But
speaking
what I'm
of.
hearing is y'all just need more detail to make a decision. We'll
Right.
get you those
I think so.
answers and we'll bring that back to you.
Okay. All righty. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you to the Banisses who are here, and thank you, Council, for the discussion. All right. So then moving on to 3.2, presentation, discussion, and direction to consider allocating funds from the American Rescue Plan for the purchase of certain park amenities. And we have Melinda Morse. Oh, it's not Melinda.
Not Melinda.
We have Dr. Caldera here this evening to present. Thank you.
So y'all will not be reviewing this item tonight. If y'all got my city manager's report last week, when Kevin Rule was here, he told the council that ARP funds for non-entitlement cities could be used for anything, that the eligibility requirements were non-existent. He told you that, I think, twice during a budget hearing. After multiple meetings with the auditors, multiple meetings with everybody involved, the original presentation I provided to y'all on March 22nd of 2022 was correct. The fact that you have to qualify for eligible items. I included the PowerPoint that we will be presenting in the city manager's report to y'all on April the 18th to go over those eligible expenses. But there are certain things that you cannot cover in the ARP funds, park amenities being one of them, COLAs. The only thing you can use ARP funds for is to respond to public health emergencies or its negative impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, or aid and impact industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality, to respond to workers performing essential work, the provisions of the government service and the extent of reduction in revenue, and to make necessary investments to water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. And so those are the only eligible expenses that you can qualify for. And so the loss of revenue, even if we took the 1.7 million that we estimated to be lost revenue, moved it over, and speaking with the auditors, non-entitlement cities are still required to fall under one of the 4 categories. And so we had multiple conversations at the time about that particular item. The council even asked him. He repeatedly, I had to turn over the only reason I recall, I had to turn over the minutes to the auditors to explain what he explained to y'all. And so we turned those over to them. We were able to get everything clarified, fixed. The reports have been corrected. We're on the right path now. But the only thing that you can really use those funds for are for those eligible items and not park amenities. So this item you will not be hearing this evening.
Or COLA.
Or
which we
COLA,
did.
right. So
Yeah.
y'all will hear what can't be
Yeah.
covered, how we move the money around, what was covered in supplement of that, so you're not having to do a budget adjustment. If you look at the PowerPoint I sent you, it's in there already, but we'll have some more clarification for you and
Very
questions.
good.
for
So
the next
we will
April.
just pass on this until the next meeting.
Correct,
All
but
right.
just to, y'all keep in mind, no skate parks, no dog park, no pool repairs. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So just a question. So now we know that, right? And I think if we had known that in the past, for example, the last agenda when we were approving the 150K to go to the business grant, we could have possibly used these funds for that, right? We could
Yes.
have used ARP funds for the
For
150.
the negative impact, well, yes.
And so my question is, like, because that probably would have been better, because EDC funds, we can use more broadly than
Correct.
ARP
Those are some
funds.
of the corrections that we're going to be making.
So
already.
for agenda item 7.1, where we're talking about the Long Tab Brewing Company, have we considered using ARP funds instead of economic development funds?
So I didn't, because this agenda was approved prior to Friday's discussion with the auditors and all
Right.
of those, so this came out on Friday, like we got to what we needed to do, all of that on Friday. I sent y'all the update on Monday morning, and then prepared a PowerPoint, had the finance director prepare a PowerPoint to get ready for April 18th, so I could provide that to y'all early, so you can have any questions you have, or any other ideas that came up prior to that, we can have a conversation about it. So I try to give you everything when I find out, same thing, in real time. So no, we didn't consider it for long tab necessarily. My recommendation for the ARP funds wouldn't be necessarily to give it to a business in itself, but to set up a fund like y'all did with the utility assistance program, to set up a small project fund with ARP funds to help local businesses, and then approve those items in that regard versus just saying give ARPA funds to this particular business. You'd be better off setting up a program to assist with small businesses. The problem with assisting with the small businesses, my understanding is they would have had to have been impacted by COVID in that subsequent year. 2020, I think, was the year. Long Tab did, and they did receive funds, if I'm not mistaken, from the city already as impacted by COVID. So I don't even know if they would particularly qualify for that program.
Gotcha. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, we're moving then to announcements by the mayor and city council members, and I just wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Chasen said about the Jazz Festival. It was a wonderful event, and I want to thank the staff and Crystal Caldera and Crystal Miranda for, leading the charge, but I know there was a huge team effort that went into it. But I mean, I just thought the day was beautiful, the music was great, plenty of food trucks, and I don't know, Dr. Caldera, you will have a debriefing that you'll share with the council in May. Okay, so as far as the attendance and the cost not cost overruns, but overtime cost. Okay, a couple of things we have an election on May the 6th, and Thursday, April 6th is the last day to register to vote. The 15th of April at 10 o'clock, at 9 o'clock to 10:30 in the morning at the conference center, the Legal Women Voters will be conducting a candidates forum, and there's two races that are contested, place 1 and place 3, and then we have early voting at the conference center or any place that you want, but starting on April 24th to May the 2nd. Just want to remind everybody that the volunteer appreciation dinner, we haven't had it in 3 years because of COVID, but we are going to have it on April the 12th at 6 o'clock over at the conference center. And I think everyone should have received an invitation. If you'll please RSVP to Crystal Caldera so that we can get the numbers down. Greatly appreciate that. Then we had a birthday last week, and that was Councilmember Martinez. March 28th, and we want to sing happy birthday to you. Does somebody who's got a good voice want to lead it? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Martinez. Happy birthday to you.
And many more. Thank you. All right, that was great. And last but not least, happy Passover, which is April 5th to April 13th, and happy Easter this coming Sunday to each and every one of you. And thank you for coming this evening. Really appreciate it. All right, so I never know which way I want to go. Let's start with Mr. Hefner and go around that way for something different.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Just an update on the red light camera bills in Austin. Senate Bill 446 was heard by the Transportation Committee last Wednesday, March 29th.
That was the day I was there, and I didn't know it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get notified until 7:15 p.m. the night before for an early morning meeting, 8 a.m. Wednesday meeting. So we're working on coordinating with Senator Menendez's office to hash out that communication for future committee hearings, and then working.
Excuse me, what about the House?
House bill hasn't scheduled it for the committee yet.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Councilor Stevens. Okay, Councilor Martinez.
Here's something kind of sad. Officials identified the male victim, and this has to do with the animal fighting, is an 81-year-old Ramon Najera, who died as a result of the dog attacks. Animal Care Services added that 4 people in total were injured in the incident. 3 American Staffordshire Terriers were taken into Animal Care Services and euthanized. This individual lived in Leon Valley, and he did win the Beautification Award. And that's one of the committees I think I would love to see us bring back, is the beautification. I think to take pride in our city, it would be a very wise step to bring back that committee. And my second thing is, I know this doesn't affect directly Leon Valley, but I'm highly recommending anybody that lives in San Antonio to vote against Proposition A. Just imagine, it's going to affect our city. Imagine going into HEB and shoving $750 worth of stuff down your pants and walk out, or in your purse, and nothing happens to you. You know, it's happening in, you know, California and Washington and, you know, Virginia. So do we really want that? So please let your people, our friends and relatives, know in San Antonio.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you,
Next.
Mayor.
Yeah.
I'd like to wish everybody happy spring,
Mhm.
and I want to congratulate the Yukon Huskies men's basketball team for winning the national championship and the LSU Tigers women's basketball team for winning. And I also saw the replay of the Senate Bill 446 and the red light cameras, and it was a little bit concerning that a citizen of ours, of the city, was there saying that he represents the citizens of Leon Valley, and telling them to vote against the bill. That's, to me, concerning, that somebody that misrepresents the citizens like that. But, so I think that's something we need to take in consideration in future boards and appointments that we make. But yeah, looks like it's going to be a good spring, and so just thank you, everybody, for
It's
coming.
going to be hot. It was 95 today.
Yep.
I predict
Warming up.
100 in April. It's brutal out there. Okay, thank you. Mr. Roscoe?
Thank you, Mayor. The Jazz Festival was fantastic, and I really want to thank the sponsors, and I believe that we should send them a letter, let them know. It was a great success. A lot of people got nothing but positive remarks on it, and we can build for the future and go on for that. And also to piggyback on what Councilor Brashaw, yeah, there was a citizen there that was obviously abusing some of his titles, and indicating that the city council misled Senator Menendez and totally fabricated a lot of the statements that he made on to the legislators. So, but we'll follow up with that also. But we're still committed. I believe that the council is committed to continue with this, and we're with Mr. Hefner, and we'll continue on to work with this.
Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, Dr. Caldera, you next. Thank you for your manager's report.
No, not a problem. So I sent you all the city manager's report this afternoon. So you have the pre-city council meeting reports outside and also online, as well as I'd like to introduce your new IT director for those that didn't sit on the interview panel. We have Daniel Blystone with us, and so he will be handling your IT here for the city of Leon Valley. And so we welcome Daniel.
Good evening and welcome. We're glad you're here. Thank you.
I'm glad to be.
Okay, wonderful.
And then the mayor mentioned volunteer appreciation to RSVP with me. It is not with me, it's with Crystal Miranda, so please RSVP with Crystal Miranda.
Did I say you and not her?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not that I don't love to hear from you.
No, she's been really wonderful in organizing that, so it's going to be a fun time, so please come. Yes.
I could be wrong about this because I've just been very busy, but the card did not say to RSVP.
Yeah, at the bottom. At the bottom it did.
Okay.
Phone number or email.
We still kind of, I mean.
We just need a number.
It didn't stand out to me enough, and so I'm worried. If it didn't stand out to me, it may have not stood out to others.
To be perfectly honest with you, we're always off on that volunteer appreciation dinner. We'll get 20 that are, I mean, even in best case scenarios, and we have 100 people show up. I mean, so it's always, we kind of prepare for it a little bit. But I just kind of want to make sure if I have to move it, because we technically invited like 300 people and only 150 fit in the conference center. So if I have to move it to the community center, because I am getting a lot of RSVPs back, it prepares us to be able to move locations if we need to. Again, Jazz Festival went well, so kudos to everybody on that. A lot of people had to work like double shifts and to kind of make that happen, but it ended up working out very well. And then everybody got your Fiesta medals. Each of y'all got 75. If you need more, just contact Crystal Miranda.
Okay. And just a follow-up on the Jazz Festival, we didn't have any incidents at all, did we?
We had 0 incidences in
Yay.
either fire or
Right.
police related to that incident. We
Right.
had other calls happen
No,
during
but
that
I
event,
meant
but not
related to the Jazz Festival. Great, thank you so much. Mhm.
And that concludes
All
my
righty,
speech.
I appreciate it. All right, moving then to the consent agenda, 6.1 through 6.4. Does any of the counselors want to
Yeah,
remove
Mayor.
anything? for
I'd like to
discussion?
pull 6.3, and I'd make a motion to adopt the remainder of the consent
right,
agenda and
thank
table
you.
6.3 indefinitely.
Okay.
We can talk about it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about it. So we have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Hefner and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to approve consent agenda item number 6.1, 2, and 4. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to consent agenda 6.3, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.09, Parks and Recreation, Division 1, generally Section 1.09.036, Pets and Other Animals, subsection E, to prohibit the feeding of deer in city-owned parks and drainage ways. And we did hold the first read at the last meeting, and Ms. Mortz.
Well, I'd first like to hear what the issue is first
Yeah,
before she's.
right. It's just city-owned property. That's all. And,
So
yeah.
first, before she starts jumping in and
Yeah.
going through a whole presentation.
Right.
So
Go ahead.
so we can
'Cause
respond.
Sure, I'm happy to take point. I have concerns that we have heard from citizens. I know we got emails from citizens about this, that it's not a problem, that it's not something that needs to be criminalized. I have concerns that we're going to be taking up law enforcement's time with something trivial, and that if you carry it to its logical conclusion, you're creating an environment that is going backwards, not forwards in our community.
Okay. Well, I respectfully disagree. We do have an issue with the deer, and one is population. We have they have grown immensely over the years, and that's because of the feeding. And I've done research on my own on this, and if they don't go and find their own food in the natural area, they call it browse, the woody area, then they procreate. That's what they do, because they're not hungry, so they don't need to go. But the Texas Parks and Wildlife, the Texas Wildlife Rescue and Rehabilitation, which is an organization, nonprofit here, says that feeding corn to deer is like feeding them Skittles candy. And they can get aflatoxin and causes lumpy jaw and severe dental compaction. So there is, you might not see it, but it is affecting the deer. And the thing is, you can still feed them in your front yard if you want, on private property. This is only for the city-owned parks. And so as far as regulation, we've only got a few people that are feeding them in the city parks and are along the easements. So, and Crystal, you and we talked about it. There's multiple cities that prohibit both feeding of the deer, both in public and private. So and this is just taking a baby step forward and trying to, yes, go ahead. I know you and I.
Like I had said at the last meeting, and I did revise the PowerPoint so I can show you some of the comments from people who don't want people feeding the deer.
Mm-hmm.
The deer question is always half and half. As many people responded to the ordinance saying, no, we want to continue feeding deer. You heard the gentleman saying, no, I don't just feed corn, I also feed protein, I feed this. You also have that other side who says, would you please do something about these deer? They're driving us crazy. They're eating all my stuff. It's because people feed them in the parks all the time. Then I started talking to the crew, and they're like, oh, yeah, man, it's everybody that goes to the park. It's not just the people that live behind the park. It's the people that are in the park feeding them tacos and Cheetos and all kinds of other inappropriate foods. One of the arguments that one of the gentlemen had for going ahead and continuing to feed them is that they would starve if we don't. And that's just not true. We have 36-acre natural area. We've got 60 acres over off of Seneca West. We've got 32 acres in Raymond Rimkus Park, and then you have the rest of Hebner Creek that goes up to our city limits, where they also congregate and hang out. In the police department's badge reports, they report 21 incidents with deer. And then, can you pull up my?
I've got it, it's not, I mean,
working?
it's kind of working.
What is?
We have problems all the time with deer, and we pick up, just Public Works alone, probably 10 to 15 per year, and then code enforcement also picks up the deer. And a lot of it is because they're not scared of humans anymore. They're so used to eating around us. One of the pictures that I'll show you if we can get this to
Yeah,
work
it's spinning up there.
is, the crew was out at the conference center where they pass through the conference center over into the park every day. But they were out there mowing, weed eating, and leaf blowing, and this deer walked up and got his horns stuck in the little cage that's around Mr. Baldridge's tree that we planted out there. The police and the Public Works Department had to jump on that deer, get him down, and get him unhooked from that and let him run away. So they're not scared of us. They are right there in your face all the time. In the morning when I come to work, they're crossing over the crosswalk at the library every day. So it is, the population alone is becoming a problem. This is the tree tangle that I was talking about, where we had to actually get the deer out of that.
Well, I think they've also gotten stuck in fences too, right?
They
That
get
you've had to
stuck in
call.
our soccer nets, they get stuck in the tennis court. This one, you can't tell really well, but this is an entire tangle of Christmas lights. And this is him in the natural area. Now, this is over by the impound lot, but this is him in the natural area, and the hook, it's hooked not only around that antler, but around his neck. This is one of the reports that we had online recently. Walking in the park early in the morning, saw two different people feeding the deer with sacks of food. Seen messages in the Lion Roar asking people not to feed the deer. I stopped one of the couples and told them they shouldn't be feeding the deer as they're getting dependent on humans to feed them, and are now wandering into our neighborhood near the park and eating our plants. Hasn't happened in the 30-plus years we've lived in Grass Valley. I really think there needs to be some signs in the park, which we did put up. And then these deer are overrunning our neighborhoods, getting hit by cars. Saw a dead deer by the park parking lot recently that traumatized her 3-year-old grandson. Please consider having the signs made. They're certainly not afraid of humans anymore. And then this one cracked me up. I go to Raymond Rimkus Park often. I enjoy walking and viewing the wildlife, and sometimes leave food out for them. My concern is for the wildlife. The times I've gone, I see unsupervised kids chasing the deer into the roads, threatening the deer, throwing rocks at the squirrels, and even sometimes kids destroying a blue jay nest. So this is funny. He wants to leave everybody else to leave the deer alone, but he's out there feeding them. And these are just some of the comments that we got off of Yelp and other review places on the internet. And it's always about lots of deer everywhere, fairly tame because people bring apples and sweet potatoes to feed to them. Deer are protected here. The park is an urban jewel in an ecological preservation. It's just, you've got opponents and proponents on each side, and it's about equal. The problem that we have is the number of deer that congregate in those places all the time and ending up dead or ending up us having to pick them up.
And that causes disease, that congregation.
It can.
Yeah, it can, yeah.
They're not starving.
They're not starving.
There's
And
plenty of food out
listen, I live up in Forest Oaks, and I mean, we've come out, we go walking every morning, and I mean, I have 2 and 3 deers bedding in my front yard on Forest Way. Or one time we came back, and there was a big, huge deer, and he was in the front yard, and he jumps into our backyard. I mean, they're just, I don't know. This has not happened 10 years ago, but it's happening more and more now. So anyway, we're just taking.
All I have.
I know. It's just, it's the evidence. I mean, I know you say they don't look like they're sick, but the evidence says that it is making them sick. This is the Texas Parks and Wildlife and the Wildlife Rescue. They work with the deer all the time. And I don't think we're criminalizing it. We're just trying to discourage it on a public property. But people are going to still feed them, but they can feed them on their own property if they want. Yes, Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
I have multiple comments here.
Right.
First comment, so one of the concerns that was brought up was that, this seems logical, that if we stop allowing the feeding, if all of a sudden the human food stops, that the deer are going to find other sources of vegetation, such as people's shrubs, trees, yards, whatever. And so what peer-reviewed research do we have to tell us what exactly will happen regarding people, like, to address that concern? Like, is there any evidence that can be presented to us?
They're already in people's yards eating all their
They
plants
are.
and their trees and everything. I have a person who lives on Peachtree who's complained to me for years now, can't we please transport these animals somewhere else because they eat their stuff all the time. What it will do is it will stop the human interaction, and that's the major part. Like I said, that deer that was wandering around in front of the conference center with my guys there, with the lawnmowers and the leaf blowers and the weed eaters, had no fear. And so by stopping the feeding in a place where people congregate so much, which is in the parks, hopefully they get a sense of fear back because they're not scared now.
Yeah. So I have a couple other comments.
Okay.
So regarding the population of deer, which is a valid concern, we know, especially, you know, the more this area develops, or around us even, the deer are getting smushed into a smaller area. They're obviously producing. We don't allow hunting in Leon Valley, so the deer population is going to stay at this level unless they get hit by a car or die. And so have we explored relocation programs? Because frankly, I would be in favor of that.
If you had been here at a council meeting about 7 years ago, you would not even bring that up.
Okay, so I think
It
that's
was
one of the most
hostile and
humane.
hot.
Yeah, I'm in favor of a relocation program. I think my family has hundreds of acres that you can easily go put a bunch of deer out there for no cost, and they might be hunted. But I do have, so we've gotten some emails. I've heard other citizens' concerns. I take issue with the government mandating this because it's the precedent for me. I personally, I'm not going to feed deer. That's not my thing. I would tell people, you know, some of the research out there says that you shouldn't feed deer. But do I think that it's the government's responsibility to dictate to people that they are not allowed to feed the deer? I mean, so taking this to its logical conclusion, if we start getting a bunch of bird poop on people's cars in a parking lot, are we going to prohibit people from feeding the birds in the parking lot?
This is only for public parks. This is not
So
for private property.
I understand that. I don't think this is. I don't think the government's role is not to prohibit them from feeding wild animals. I think it's our job to relocate deer if we're having population issues. I think that's reasonable. I also think it's reasonable to continue to try to educate people. But as we're seeing at the national level right now, stupid laws can get used in horrendous ways if the wrong people are in power. And so I'm not worried about this council right now, but I am worried about what a future council, what a future police officer or future, you know, anybody in administration might do with this law that we're trying to pass that is going to be a Class C misdemeanor because there will be a penalty attached. And though it won't be enforced right now, or the police officers will go lied or whatever, we're creating a law that has the potential to be weaponized in the future. And just from a philosophical standpoint, I think there are much better alternatives. And again, I would fully endorse a relocation program of deer. I think that's the best idea we can, that will appease all the sides, and it will actually provide the deer with a more humane alternative versus living inside the city of Leon Valley. So.
Okay, I thought Hollywood Park or Hill Country Village had a relocation, but they still have a ordinance that said don't feed the deer, right? And they still have a deer problem.
Gotten very bad
Yeah.
out there. But if you had been listening to those conversations with those citizens in those cities, you would have seen that it was hot. There were people on both sides. I mean, it's just about equal. People in the same family. I'll have the wife is going to the day-old bread store. The husband's wanting to shoot him and get him out of there. So
Right. But I mean, you can't just not, I mean, as far as people that are feeding them right now, you can't just do cold turkey. You're going to have to phase it out if this ordinance, right? So that
no,
they
I mean,
don't.
If you're talking about the welfare of the deer, no,
Yeah,
the
you
deer will
don't.
come around a couple of days, figure out there's no food, and they'll go somewhere else.
All
It's
right, I
not-
thought it had to be phased out.
If you're
Yeah.
looking at this, It's for the health and well-being of the deer,
Deer,
not to
exactly.
weaponize the law, which I
Mhm.
get your point. At some
Mhm.
point, someone could somehow weaponize
Yeah.
it, I don't know. But this is for the health and safety of the deer. Deer belong to the state of Texas. They don't belong to citizens.
Mhm.
They shouldn't be picking up fawns in the park. That's fixing to happen.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So since the last meeting, that we had this discussion, there's been some news articles, right, about Leon Valley trying to make it illegal to feed deer. And I had somebody up in Austin text me and said, really? You're going to outlaw feeding deer?
Austin
And
outlaws feeding deer.
well,
I'm just saying.
they didn't make the news like we did, though, I guess. I don't know.
They did when they passed it.
So either way, I've got more citizens that are telling me that this is ridiculous. And there's so much, I just have second thoughts about this. You know, the citizens that came tonight, appreciate you guys coming in, having your voices heard. And, you know, feed the deer corn. Deer corn, that's what hunters do, right? They feed them deer corn and fatten them up to eat them. But, you know, so the problem is, if it's only in the park, so what if a citizen's standing in their yard, on their side of the fence, throwing food over the fence? Then are they in trouble, or are they not? You
Well,
know,
that's what Mr. Nicholson does. He
okay, so
he
then
throws it over
he's on his own
fence.
property, and
Yeah.
you know, to me, there's just too much. I just think that we have better things to do than, and as the final thing, you know, we're here for the health, safety, and welfare of the public, not of the deer. No deer voted for me, so
Okay.
I can't see
All
this.
right. Councilor Roscoe.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the deer, and I use them as an excuse when I get a letter from the HOA for my yard, tell them I blame it on the deer. I think when Hollywood Park transferred some of the deer died on the way where they got killed or something like that, but I'm not against that. So over a decade ago, almost 15 years ago, when I first moved in here, I asked my veterinarian, you know, we got deer, we got this, you know, what is it that I can possibly feed them? And he said, don't feed them, you're killing them. You're hurting them more than you're helping them. So I don't know so much about having a law, but I would like to have some signs that would educate our citizens saying, please don't feed our deer. Some nifty signs around the park, some around the neighborhoods maybe. Please don't hurt our deer, don't feed them, and something like that. I'm more for education more than I am for restricting and fining somebody for trying to do good.
Well, we have how many signs do we have at the park? I know we have one by the community garden at the Forest
we have
Meadow.
several. I think there's 4 or 5 signs now, and they do educate on why you shouldn't feed the deer. We've also put, just in this last summer, a huge article in the newsletter about why you shouldn't feed the deer. So we've tried over the years.
Okay.
Well, we can, I'm sorry, my last statement. If we can go ahead and wrap that up to do more educating, more signs out there, and make it really visible to please don't do it. I don't know if that helped, but maybe I would like something like that.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, did you have anything before we moved on?
I can see both sides of this issue, and my biggest concern is if it's passed, how is it going to be enforced? You know, our police are already taxed enough, and now we're going to have our police going out there looking for people feeding corn, or code enforcement going out there and feed, you know, you have to actually catch the person doing the act. Just because there's corn in back of somebody's house, you know, they can't act on that. They have to actually see the person. So, you know, part of me says we shouldn't be feeding the deer, and but part of me says that this is a law. If we pass it, well, what are the consequences going to be? Number one, if you do catch the person, are you going to fine them or have them come to court and have a civil fine for that?
Let's ask Dr. Caldera to answer
hold on,
that.
let me finish, please.
Okay.
But then, you know, is it going to be a feel good and something that's really going to be hard to enforce?
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Yes.
So it's a
Dr. Caldera.
$250 fine. The process would have been warning first. Now, I will say we did reach out to a couple cities. I don't remember who it was that asked, but the ones that don't have, or that have do not feed deer ordinances are New Braunfels, Hollywood Park, Fair Oaks, Austin, Garden Ridge, are some of the cities that have them. Now, I did reach out to Austin, or Hollywood Park, to see if they were enforcing their do not feed ordinance. So just a little bit of history, they were sued in 2003. They won their case, so they can have an ordinance to not feed the deer. But they said currently, right now, they don't fine anybody for feeding the deer,
Okay.
even though it's on the books.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Cassie, did you have something? I know when you're standing up by the door, you want to say something, so come on up. Good evening and welcome.
Cassie Rouse. I live in Grass Valley. I know this might seem ridiculous of a topic, especially as much time as we're spending on it, but I've stopped going to the natural area because of the deer that get fed over there. I've been attacked more than once by them.
Wow.
I can't go over there during any of the times of day when they're normally fed, whether they've just eaten or it's about time to eat. I've been physically attacked by the deer, gotten bruises, fell down, and so have my children.
Oh my gosh.
So it's not just a matter of, oh, the deer are sick. Oh, the deer population is exploding. It's bad for the deer. It's bad for the humans. And I am a citizen and I do vote. So it's not just the deer having a problem. It's the humans too. I can't go over there anymore. I have to find a time of day when the deer are away or the deer are resting in the shade far away from the backyard where the deer are fed from over in the natural area and other parts of the city where the deer are fed. I avoid those as well because the deer get aggressive around feeding time. Even if they've already eaten, they feel like they haven't gotten enough and they think, oh, a human has come, they must have food. They're not feeding me right now. Maybe if I get a little bit more aggressive, they'll bring me food. They're worse than a golden retriever who's excited to see their owner or a Labrador who's excited to see their owner, and they're a lot bigger than a dog and a lot more aggressive than a dog. So it's a problem for the humans too. It's not just the deer that are having a problem. So we need to do something. And like, kids are smaller than me and they don't squat or bench as much as I do. So they can't defend themselves against the deer as well as I do. So we just don't go over there anymore. We can't use that playground over there when the deer are out closer to the playground either, because they also scavenge the picnic tables because they know the humans have food. So we've
thanks
taught
for
them
the
well.
input. Yeah. I know.
And that's all I have to say about that.
I've seen the deer pretty aggressive in the natural area as well. They come right up to you. They're not afraid of you. As Melinda said, they're just not afraid of you anymore. So, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so silly as this is, there's a lot of poor arguments around this. We say that feeding the deer causes diseases. We also say that their population's exploding. If there are diseases, those diseases would kill them. The population would be under control. It would find a natural equilibrium. We talk about people feeding the deer. If we criminalize feeding the deer, is that actually going to change any of the deer's behavior around how they interact with humans? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But when we're talking about 50% of the population, or roughly half and half, is kind of how it's described, should we as a council err on the side of criminalizing the thing to make 50% of the people happy, or should we err on the side of leaving people alone? And in my opinion, it's the latter. When we talk about Hollywood Park and other peer cities, if they don't enforce their ordinance, why is the ordinance on the books in the first place? Like, if it's not going to be enforced. For context, this would be a Class C misdemeanor, as Mr. Stevens suggested. Here are some other things that are Class C misdemeanors in Texas. Public intoxication, disorderly conduct, gambling, leaving a child inside a vehicle, use of laser pointers, petty theft or shoplifting of items less than $50, issuing bad checks. Those are things that we make Class C misdemeanors. So we want to equate feeding the deer to those things. Like, that just is beyond the pale to me. And as was mentioned, I want to go back and play the recording from the last meeting when we discussed this, and somehow it got on the consent agenda. But that if a person in the park picked grass off the ground in the park and fed it to the deer, they would be guilty of violating this ordinance. Like, the level of absurdity is amazing. The last thing I'll say is this, and Dr. Cordero, this would be my ask. I know that I've got like 2 months left, but when someone requests an item to be put on the agenda, I think we need to attribute it to that person, because I was under the impression until I got your city manager's report that this came from staff. And it's on the agenda, both last time and this time, it has Ms. Moritz' name next to it. So I think whoever, like if a council member requests an item and gets a second, both of those council members' names are put on the agenda. In this case, the mayor asked for the item. I think that we need to attribute these items and what are taking, city time to the person requesting them, and not pawning that off on staff.
No, so noted. That was actually a system error, since we brushed off an old PowerPoint. When she put it in, her name gets attached.
That's fine. So I would make a motion that we table this item indefinitely.
A second.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Orozco to table this agenda item 6.3. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, so I don't think we were presented with completely accurate information earlier. So Hollywood Park, yes, they did get sued by the Humane Society, was one of the people that sued them, oddly enough. Hollywood Park prevailed because of a dispute on if police are going to be able to go onto a person's property or not. They didn't sue it. They sued them on the grounds of, will the police be able to take away your right of using your personal property as it was intended? And then the police testified, no, we aren't going to go onto people's personal property to enforce this. However, I will point out that on September 24th, 2010, there's a news article that came in the San Antonio Express News, now on mysanantonio.com, that says Hollywood Park lifts deer feeding ban. And you'll find a lot of interest in this. I'm just going to read a few sentences. Hollywood Park has overturned an 8-year-old ban on feeding deer within the suburb, dismaying state wildlife officials and reigniting a long-running battle on how residents can best manage the city's deer population. Proponents said the move to rescind the ban was justified, saying the deer population is thinning because of the recent drought. Although the city council voted in a split decision to rescind the ban late last month, the ordinance didn't go into effect until last week, when administrators posted a list of allowed foods. The near deer feeding ordinance limits not only the type of food, but the quantity. City Attorney Ryan Henry said residents can put only enough food to feed up to 4 deer at a time. He said hand feeding the deer is prohibited, as are commercial feeding stations. So I think this is a little bit ridiculous, because really, how do you enforce this? However, I just wanted to point out that they did have a ban, but it was rescinded. And unless there's an ordinance that happened between the state in 2010 to now, they currently don't prohibit the feeding of deer, but they regulate the feeding of deer, which seems almost more absurd than prohibiting it altogether.
Okay. All right. So I am going to call the question. That was exactly the same thing I was going to do. Okay. So all those in favor of tabling this agenda item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right, moving then to 7.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action to expend economic and community development funds. Excuse me. I'm trying to run this meeting and y'all are disrupting it. Thank you. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to expend economic and community development funds in the amount not to exceed $10,000 to purchase a 15-barrel tank to increase operation to Long Tab Brewing Company, and we have our Economic Development Director, Roque Salinas, here to present. Good evening, Mr. Salinas.
Good evening, Council. The item before you is a grant application we received from Long Tab Brewery. Long Tab has been here. Let me go press this here. This is broken.
2020.
All right, oh, my bad. There you go. The application is for, again, as the mayor said, a 15-tank barrel. In our Economic Development EDC committee meeting, the owner tells us that 15 barrels is equivalent to about 700, 800 gallons. He's here so he can give you an answer of that, 800 gallons of liquid, which will allow him to brew more beer and sell more product at his facility. So we have options here for the council. It's either to approve the request or deny it. A little bit about Long Tab is that they've been here since 2020. They've weathered the storm of COVID. They have currently 18 staff members at the facility. They went up from 15, so they're doing very, very well at the business down there. They also generate sales tax for the city, and they have provided financial documents to show that they can attain this grant on their own. The EDC did provide an approval of this grant on March 20th, and the final decision is at the council discretion. And I have the owner of Long Tab here in case you all want to ask him any
Okay,
questions on
hi.
that.
Come on up and introduce yourself and.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, we approve this.
Okay. Well, I'd like to let him introduce himself, please. That's the courtesy we deserve. Yes, sir. What is your name?
David Holland, I'm the owner of Long Tab Brewing.
Well, good. Very good. Thank you. I appreciate it. And your business has grown accordingly, and so you need this tank to provide more beer.
It is more, but it also enables us to brew beer faster.
Oh, okay.
So when we started with some very rudimentary tanks to ferment and condition beer. These extra tanks, you move them into after fermentation, and it helps brighten and condition that beer so that you can move it into a package form much faster. So,
very good.
Being able to move product through the process faster allows us to brew more.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And is this your first business venture, or have you been doing this in the past, since 2020?
Long Tab is the first one. I've had small businesses
Okay.
before,
Well, very
but
good.
yeah, this
I'm
is
glad
the
that you're a success, and thank you for choosing Leon Valley. All right.
great.
And I'll
Love being
second
here.
the motion.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we have a motion from Mr. Hefner and a second by Mr. Martinez to approve this grant to Long Tab Brewing. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Just one comment. If you haven't been there, they have fantastic pretzels.
Okay. All right. Yes. Did you have another comment?
David,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. You and I talked when you presented it. How long is your lease?
We just extended it for another year.
Okay.
So the new.
And how long have you been there?
Since 2020.
Well, I originally got the lease back in the end of 2018.
Oh,
And it's good to
I
know.
was working overseas, so, I worked on it when I was at home, but we finally opened our doors in 2020.
Okay, and we also had a discussion about the new owners that you have there. You have a better working.
They're great, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Actually, I've never spoken to him, so he's persona non grata. I pay rent and he leaves me alone, which is
there you
a
go.
wonderful deal for me.
That's the best.
That's all I have, Mayor.
All right. Thank you so much. So let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so much. Do appreciate you being here this evening, and good luck. Okay, moving then to Agenda 7.2, presentation, and we do have a public hearing and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance authorizing a zoning change from R2 two-family dwelling to R1 single-family dwelling district on two lots, being lots 19 and 20, Block 8, CB 4432C, being 0.266 and 0.2204 acres of land in the Grass Valley subdivision, Unit Number 1, located at 6602 and 6608 Peachtree. And this is the first reading as required by the city charter. And we have our Planning and Zoning Director, Mindy Teague, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, thank you.
You bet.
So we do have a zone change from R2 two-family dwelling, which is like duplex, to R1 single-family dwelling. And it is located at 6602 and 6608. One lot does have a single-family home, and the other lot is vacant. So the staff initiated this zoning request. A citizen came to us wanting to build on the vacant lot. And we realized then that the zoning map was wrong. So and I'll get to the slide, but the lots don't meet the requirements for single family. So the two lots are approximately about 0.4 acres. And like I said, one is developed and one is not. So that shows your zoning map. Most of the surrounding zoning is R1, B1, and B2. And there's BCAD map of the two properties on the corner.
Did you want to interrupt her? Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Hefner has a question he'd like to ask
So the
now.
6602 property, the one that's built on, is that currently a single family or is it a duplex?
It is a single family.
It's a single family,
Yes.
it's just currently zoned as multifamily?
Yes,
Okay, and then we're just trying to align the adjacent vacant property?
correct.
Okay.
So the single-family home that was built was not reviewed correctly, or they didn't recognize that the zoning map was incorrect
Okay,
when it was built.
understood. And I noticed that P and Z already has reviewed this and
They-
recommended
yes,
approval.
they recommended approval.
Yeah, so I would make a motion that we approve this.
This is the first reading, and we need to have a public
Understood.
hearing, so let me do that, please.
So this is the
Okay.
slide I was getting to. You can see the vacant lot, and that
Okay.
is where the citizen wants to build the single-family home that does not meet the requirements as a R2.
As an R2. Okay, very good. All right. Any other questions before we open up the public hearing? And again, this is the first read. We will not vote on it. We'll vote on it next meeting. Let's see, what time is it? It's 8:29. Is there anyone in the chambers that wanted to weigh in on this zone change? Okay, seeing no one, then we'll close the public hearing at 8:29. And is it the pleasure of the council to put this in the consent agenda for the next meeting? All righty, thank you,
Is the
without
applicant
objection.
here?
I'm sorry?
Is the applicant here?
Are the applicant.
We
Huh?
are the applicant.
We are the applicant?
We're
Yeah.
simply doing some house cleaning and
Yeah.
cleaning up our zoning map
Okay.
because it's incorrect at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so thank you, Ms. Teague. That's it for right now, since we can't vote on it. Okay, moving then to agenda item number 7.3, discussion and possible action on an ordinance to amend the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Article 1.06, Boards, Commissions, and Committees, and add section 1.06.009, City of Leon Valley Economic and Community Development Policies and Guidelines for Funding. We did have a first read at the last meeting, and so Dr. Caldera, will you bring us up to date on?
Yes, and
this?
Brooke is here to answer any questions that you may have regarding the policy, but y'all had two changes for this particular item. The first change was to include open records request guidelines, and so we did add that to the policy to make sure that if somebody submitted an open records request for any exceptions in regards to financial information that are in the application, that we would make sure that we ask the Attorney General for an opinion in order to redact that information. And so we just clarified that, which we already do already for proprietary information and financial information. Already City Secretary follows those guidelines, but we clarified that in the actual policy. And then the second change was to remove the Economic Development Advisory Committee as a layer of processes to review those projects that would come for funding. So we did remove that from the policy that y'all have before you tonight. So those are the two changes that were requested by the council, and we have made those two changes in regards to this policy. The policy is still the same for the remainder of the guidelines.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, and I do have a letter from a citizen to be read.
Okay, I am completely against this abolishing the committee, the citizens
So
committee.
you're not abolishing the committee. I want to make that clear. Two separate items. All you're doing is removing the committee from this policy. This agenda item has nothing to do with the committee itself. That's a separate item. So I
Okay.
just want to make that clear.
So just point of clarification, Mr. Salinas would still vet the project and make a recommendation
To the council.
to the council.
To the council.
Right, you're not abolishing the committee, you're saying two different things. You're removing the committee from this policy. The committee still exists on a separate ordinance, and we'll have to bring that back to you to clean up their duties and responsibilities. But for this particular agenda item, this agenda item does not abolish the Economic Development Advisory Committee. All this policy does is remove them from the process from reviewing those projects.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify and make
Okay,
sure you
but
understand.
I am
All right, thank
still
you.
deadly against this. It gives, to me, what was presented and the guidelines are nothing more than a checklist that this item shouldn't have even come to city council. That is a staff guideline, and Mr. Salinas could go through that as a staff person and check, make the check boxes if the applicant approves it. No, let me finish, please. If the applicant approves it, then it goes to the committee, and the committee makes a recommendation to the council. This gives staff too much power. You can, to me, if, and I'm not saying you're going to do it, but if you had your buddy, you could tailor the answers and stuff and make it very appealing, and you're the one that's going to approve it. So then you bring a favorable recommendation to City Council, and more than likely it's going to pass. This way, we have you making the recommendation to a separate board that's going to oversee everything, and then make their recommendation to council. The second issue I want to bring up is some of the council members, in fact, including myself, got their involvement with city government being on committees. So, if we take that duties away from the committee, why do we have committees? Why do we have I know it's by ordinance, we have to have a zoning commission, but, we're taking the power away and we're giving the power to a staff member. I really don't like that.
But I want to clarify something.
Yes, please, go ahead, Dr. Caldera.
The other change that was made was any denials would have to come to the council, and the council would have the privilege, if they so chose, to add that with another council member on the agenda for discussion. So that was the other change, and my apologies, I didn't mention that while I was up there. That was the other change made to the policies, that all denial letters would be forwarded to the council, and if you got another council member to second it, you can put it on the agenda for further discussion. So that's the additional change. Again, this wasn't a recommendation from staff. Staff brought you a policy on the last council agenda that had the Economic Development Advisory Committee reviewing all the projects. This was a council recommended change. The majority of the council at the time recommended the change. We did poll the Economic Development Advisory Committee. 2 of them were fine with abolishing the committee. 2 of them were fine, wanted to keep the committee, and 1 was fine with not being involved in the projects, but still wanted the committee with other duties.
I think it gives staff too much power and it takes power away from this.
But we're not making the final decision on these. The decision is still held with the council, not by the staff person.
But I think having the staff just doing the background and then giving it to another set of eyes to vet the project, and then it comes to city council, is the way it should be.
Like it had been
Okay,
done,
thank
and
you.
like it had been
I've
with
said
long
what I want to
tab.
do.
I think that's what you're trying to say. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So I think the criteria is not subjective criteria. It's very clear of what meets the standards and what doesn't. And so when something's denied, those applications are sent to the council for a second review. So I don't see the issue. And it sounds like, Dr. Caldera talked to members of the EDC about it as well. And the majority of them were okay with this change of the policy, if they were voting on it. So with that, I'd like to make the motion we pass number 5.3.
7.3. I've got a letter that I need to read.
Sorry.
May I please do that before
6.3.
we get a second? It's from Mr. Bowl, Evan Bowl. Good evening. Removing the citizen input and eliminating yet another committee, especially one as important as the EDDAC, is reckless, negligent, and betrays the very reason the voters voted for this tax dollar allocation. The voters chose that the ECDAC be the vehicle for which the community chose its desired use of tax dollars for economic and community development projects, relay to the council, and have it decided on. It is not for the council to keep removing citizens at every possible turn they can manage. This council lacks the ability to handle what they are supposed to manage, plus what they have added to their plate, and now are going to add another matter to their plate. This council does not have the decisive focus to do this, nor does it have the consent of the citizens. We, the citizens, see this move as another way to secure tax dollars for businesses this council likes alone. Already this council has been on the attack against one of this community's most treasured businesses, the Cha-Cha's Next Gen Cafe. Without reason or open discussion, approved the Economic Development Director's originally proposed changes and leaves the abilities of the ECDAC alone. Sincerely, Evan Bowl. So just wanted to read that into the record. and Ms. Pasolay. I'll give that to you. Yes, Counselor Stevens.
You do have a motion on the table. We need a second.
Well,
I think we seconded.
no, I didn't have a second. Okay, I didn't hear the
I didn't
second.
hear the second.
So who had the motion? Will, and I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't hear the second. So this was a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve agenda item 7.3 as presented. Any further discussion? Mr. Stevens.
So I have a question first. I'm just curious, and I understand, Mr. Salinas, you may not have the answer to this, but when is the last time that a project has been brought to the Economic Development Committee and denied or recommended denial by the committee?
I think that Cha-Cha
No, so no business has gone in front of the committee that I'm aware of, and they have denied those funds. One of the reasons we updated these guidelines was because they were going to the committee, and then it was putting y'all, from y'all's words, in a precarious position to have to vote on items that you felt weren't.
Right, and so I think one of the underlying issues was that businesses didn't really know about the $10,000 thing in the past, and so only those that applied would get brought before the committee by the previous economic development director, and they were always 100% of the time rubber stamped to go before the council. And then maybe the council did something else, but they were nonetheless rubber stamped by this committee. There was not any serious deliberation. There was no rejections. And so I think the hope is that hopefully there will be more businesses apply, that there's too many to fund. And so then the city can then be more selective in the projects that we choose to use taxpayer dollars to participate in or to help. And so I think that's the thing. This committee, it never had any power, but all it did was rubber stamp. And I think that's one of the main issues with a committee that simply serves as a rubber stamp, which is actually different than almost every other committee in the city of Leon Valley, because generally there's like thoughtful dialogue and there's going to be rejections of proposals, but this committee never rejected a proposal, never. And so if we want to be like very deliberate about how we're using taxpayer dollars to spend economic development or spend on economic development projects, like I think that this is a much better way. Will had said the criteria isn't subjective, and I would think that, I mean, most of this, sales tax generation by recipient, be direct or indirect, that's very objective. Number of potential new jobs created, that's pretty objective. Like most of this is very objective criteria, and so I think when we take away the subjectivity of is it our opinion that this would be a good economic development, I just think that this is a smart way to go. Regarding the committee, if we want to like give it other duties or that sort of thing, I'm definitely open to that discussion. But I don't think that a committee that has historically rubber stamped 100% of proposals that got before it, I think that there's something wrong with the function of that committee, and I think that we need to be more deliberate in the future about choosing which projects we do and which ones we don't engage in. And again, the fruits show from there's not very many projects that we can point to, at least since I've been on this council and maybe a little bit before, that have really bared fruit on the economic development of Leon Valley. The exception is the Churros place, that always comes to mind.
Mayor?
Okay, yes, Councilor Orozco, go ahead.
Yes, I'm also with it, and that's why I seconded, but on future items to be placed, I'm going to address the Economic Committee, so hopefully we can go from there. We're not taking it away, and like the city manager says, we can assign other duties, as need be, and I'll be addressing that on future items in about 20 minutes.
Okay, you're going to add it to a future agenda item. Okay, very good. All right, so yes, one more comment. Yes, Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, so just to be clear, if we have an applicant, let's say a Long Tap Brewery or the next version, comes and applies, they apply to you, you either approve or deny. If you approve, that still has to come to council to justify or to pass spending the funds.
Sure.
If you deny, that gets emailed to the council to review and have oversight over your job
Yes.
of reviewing that application. And so if our constituents in the business community apply and you deny them, that's their due process, right?
Yes.
So from that perspective, I think we're covered, right? This body would be able to address it. I understand Mr. Martinez's concerns, right? I got my start in the city of Leon Valley on the previous version of the Economic Development Advisory Board, which was a commission at the time, and that body did have, corporation, sorry, that body did have the expenditure authority that the current version of the advisory board does not have. To Mr. Martinez's point, though, the voters chose and passed a sales tax to spur economic development so that we would get these kinds of projects. And the way economic development projects work is they get into place quickly. And an extra layer of bureaucracy is anathema to getting a project into play quickly. So I would agree with my colleagues and support.
But I'm just glad to hear that we're not abolishing the committee, that we're going to give them, because I think volunteerism,
I'll present
present
y'all.
something
Again,
because.
I'm not going to speak for the entire council, but I'll present y'all.
And then is it my understanding with this policy, we're also requiring more financial documentation that you're going to be going over that?
So I would like
Yeah.
to kind of clear up some stuff here. So
Okay.
the documents that we're asking for is basic documents that any business would have to submit to any person requesting a loan, whether it be Lyft Fund, whether it be a bank, whether it be anybody. These are basic financial documents. There's nothing complex. Very, very simple documents to gauge the health of a business, right? Also, if, to your point, Mr. Hefner, if I approve it, it would come to you. If we were to deny it, the current ordinance says that the council can bring it up with 2 members to review it again. That's the way that the ordinance is written. And then lastly, Mr. Martinez, I had no intentions of doing that. It's just based on the feedback of the council, this is what came in. The documents that we're requiring is a better vetting process. Lastly, I do want to say, we have 3 applications that have come in. They're completed. They were received on Monday, which is yesterday. I have stamped them. They are going to go to the EDC on April 24th, which is the Monday, or 21st, one of the Mondays from there. And then they will come to the council on the next available date. They will not be required to submit the documents that here because they were submitted before the adoption of this policy. So you will receive 3 more applications from 3 separate businesses asking for funds that are going to be with the old policy. I'm just letting you know that now.
Okay, and then do you happen to know what the balance is in this fund after we've just expended $10,000 for long tap?
I think there's probably $55,000 left with the consideration of the first one we did in December, and then long tap right now, $10,000.
And then you've
Yes,
got
sir.
3 more coming, so, okay, yes, sir. Mr. Stevens.
I just have a recommendation, and I don't know how you guys would feel, but now that we know ARP funds are limited, one of the things that we can potentially use this for is to help out businesses that
were
were negatively impacted by the pandemic at all. And so I would like to see if maybe, especially if there's like a really good project. Again, this might be a whole, like you had proposed, like a whole other project, but I don't want to just keep dispensing economic development funds from our limited fund when maybe we can use ARP funds to fund some of those projects.
We'll be bringing, as the PowerPoint presentation on the 18th, I'll be providing you with some possibilities for that.
Okay, and so will it be explored to like possibly for these the 3 applicants that have
Possibly, I mean, you would have to, so it's going to come to you before the program will come to you. So I'm going to recommend that you set aside some funds of the ARP, for ARP funds. The problem is like I don't know the 3 applicants that have come in, they would have to prove that they were negatively impacted during that time frame. So they would have to provide some information showing how they were impacted during that specific time frame. It's not hereafter. It can't be a startup business. It can't be for something that's happening for right now. The funding would have to be to show that they were negatively impacted during 2020.
which is, I mean,
But
if they got the PPP, they're going to be able to prove that very easily because
Right.
they would have already
So
had to prove that.
The item that I'm going to bring back for you on the ARP funds in regards to businesses will be a set dollar amount for a program Mr. Salinas is going to set up, y'all would designate the amount of money that you want from ARP to go in there, let's say $100,000. The guidelines will be separate from these guidelines. The guidelines will be separate in order to meet the requirements of the ARP funds.
So to answer your original question.
Something like our utility funds that we did, yeah.
To answer your original question, no. The answer is no. If those people have applied for the grant program we have in place, if she were to make me create a new program, I cannot just transfer those monies in. They have to meet. I have to create a program, create guidelines. The ones that I have in place are for the grant program we have in place now.
Right, but what I'm saying is y'all could table, like if you got one of the businesses and you liked it but not enough to use ED funds, you would table it until we brought back a program for you, if that makes sense.
So, yes, that does make sense. So I'm going to propose something. I don't know what 3 businesses have done this, and if they were eligible for the PPP, and if they got the PPP during the pandemic at all. But that is a very easy way to streamline the negative. We don't have to analyze anything. If they got the PPP, show the letters that they got it, and then they can qualify because they were, a bank found that they were worthy of being hurt by the pandemic in some form or fashion. And so maybe if these 3 businesses qualified for the PPP, maybe we can go ahead and launch a program and then kind of, because we have limited funds in economic development, and now knowing that we were like planning on all these things for ARP funds that are no longer a possibility, it seems like we should be kind of trying to tap into ARP versus.
Absolutely. So what we can do for the 3 businesses, we'll reach out to them and see if they qualify for the PPE. If they did, then we'll sideline them and bring back a separate program for you. If they did not, then we'll move those forward under the current policy.
Oh, cool.
Okay, very good. All right, so okay. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Sorry, just following up with something Mr. Stevens said. So I want to understand, Dr. Cordero, are we saying it is not possible to do a retroactive budget adjustment to apply ARP funds?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So again, we have a motion and a second on agenda item 7.3 to approve this new policy for economic community development. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay. Is that correct? All right, thank you, Mr. Martinez, for that. All right, moving then to agenda item number 7.4, presentation, discussion, and direction on a possible ordinance prescribing advisory committee procedures under the Open Meetings Act and providing a provision for committee member removal. This is the first read as required by the city charter, and Dr. Caldera is here this evening to present. Thank you and welcome.
Hi, good evening,
Welcome
Mayor
back.
and Council. So, back, 4 months ago, 3 months back in February, I think, the City Council made a decision not to require members of committees to take the Open Meetings Act training. That opened up a whole conversation on what the City Council would like the advisory committees to comply with. So I put together a policy for y'all to review. I included that policy in your packet. So you can either adopt that ordinance, allow advisory committees to not follow any Open Meetings Act requirements, or continue with the longstanding practice. Again, we've here at the City of Leon Valley, for all advisory committees, we post those agendas 72 hours prior to a meeting. We do minutes for those meetings. So we do follow the guidelines of the Open Meetings Act, but since the council decided to not require the members of the committee to take the training, the question was raised as to what parts of the Open Meetings Act that y'all would like to follow for these advisory committees. So it was December the 6th. As part of the discussion, we were bringing back a policy, and so I defined what an advisory committee is, what a quorum is, what a walking quorum is, and what minutes are. The procedures would still remain the same as our longstanding practice. All meetings of the governmental bodies must be open to the public. Any advisory committee shall be given written notice of the date, time, and place subject of each meeting. The notice of a meeting of the governmental body must be posted in a place readily accessible to the general public at all times for at least 72 hours before the scheduled time of the meeting. A municipal governmental body shall post notice of each meeting on a bulletin board at the place of convenience in the public here at City Hall. Any action taken by committee must be done at a meeting and voted on by a quorum of the members. Walking quorums are prohibited. All committees are required to take minutes and make them available to the public as soon as practical. It is a recommended but not a requirement for members of the that participate on an advisory committee to take the Open Meetings Act training. If a committee member is absent for 3 consecutive meetings, the mayor and/or 2 council members have the privilege to add the member to the city council agenda for possible removal. There is no fiscal impact. Again, this is a council discretion item.
I just had an addition to that policy, and that would be either excused or unexcused.
Well, it's absent, so that it's
Okay.
either or.
Okay, either or.
Either
All right,
or.
I just wanted
3
to,
consecutive
because
absences.
what we've been going on is if it's excused, well, then they get.
Right, so it's just, we're
but-
just keeping it clean. If they're absent, whether it's
Yeah.
excused or unexcused,
very
it's
good.
3 consecutive meetings. The mayor and 2 of the council members have the privilege to add it to the council agenda. We don't just remove them. It
Right.
would be added to the agenda, and the council as a body would make the decision on whether or not to remove that person. And then we are following the same guidelines like we always have. We post all the meetings, we take minutes for all the meetings, and then there's quorum are present.
But it's actually, the discussion we had back in February was number 7. So it's
Yes.
recommended but not required.
Right,
So that's,
because there was
yeah.
questions raised, since you weren't requiring the training, were we not going to follow the rest of the guidelines?
Exactly,
And so I'm
exactly.
just saying, we follow the rest of the guidelines with the exception of the last one.
That's good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Counselor Martinez?
You have it on here, let's see, number 4, that every meeting has to be posted on the bulletin board. It also needs to be posted on the website.
Okay, we can clarify that.
Any other discussion? This is a first read, so depending upon if the council would like to put it in consent for the next meeting?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I was going to suggest, is we
Okay.
put it in consent with the amendments Mr. Martinez made.
Okay, yes. Counselor Stevens?
I think I was the dissenting voice last time, and I will still be the dissenting voice.
Okay.
I think that, like, if y'all open up the Texas Attorney General's handbook, on open meetings, the first page is like, I don't have it. I don't even know if I've read the most recent version, but the first page is a letter from the AG, like, to citizens, essentially, and it talks about the importance of transparency in government. And I think that's important, like, to have committees that are, in part of that is that so people that serve on committees need to understand what if we're going to have, I mean, it's either we go all in or we do none of it, is how I view it. And right here, we're kind of like picking and choosing some parts. I'll tell you, I disagree. This definition of walking quorum is not the actual definition of walking quorum that the AG provides in their opinions. I think that can be interpreted a variety of ways. The AG has kind of made it more defined, but I think that if we're going to comply with the Open Meetings Act, that we comply with the Open Meetings Act, and that involves training with the members of the committee. And again, this isn't because it's going to be weaponized by the police department, which in the past, and that's what we're so worried about, is that the police department is going to come in and weaponize it against members of the committee. It's so that we're accountable with the citizens on how we're spending the time. Now, if we don't want to take our committees seriously at all, then we should just, like, get rid of all this and just say whatever happens, happens, because essentially, like, we're just picking and choosing some parts without even, like, people don't understand. If you don't have to take the training, you don't understand. Like, this definition of walking quorum isn't really accurate, this can be interpreted a variety of ways. Then Attorney General has given a more concise interpretation, and I just that's kind of where I'm coming from. I do know I might be the lone dissenting voice on this, though.
So I can pull the AG's definition of walking quorum and add it. I was trying to keep it very simple and lay, and trying not to get overly complicated with it and put every aspect of the Open Meetings Act. I just wanted to make sure we were following. I just didn't want committees to say, oh, the council doesn't want us to follow Open Meetings Act. Police Advisory Board, we're holding a meeting tomorrow, and start discussing stuff with no minutes. And so I just wanted to make sure we had a practice that we were still following.
And yes, sir, go ahead, follow up.
So, and I'll just say, so one of the parts that's missing from this, and again, it kind of goes back to, like, the whole, if we aren't going to follow it, then don't follow it. But so a walking quorum occurs when a member of the governmental body gather in a number that do not physically constitute a quorum, which I think ours has, when you do not physically constitute a quorum at any one time, but who, through successful gatherings, discuss a public matter with a quorum of that body without notice to the public, when notice should have been provided to the public. And so there's like all those extra factors that get
I think you
added.
change that, yeah. I think our goal was that even though it was not required to take the training, although we'd encourage it, you don't have to because it's not they're not making decisions like the zoning and board of adjustment, but that this was a compromise on, again, providing transparency, providing guidelines for the committees. And, I think you did a good job, so thank you.
So why did we not want to leave the, why do we want to make it to where even say, for example, the committee chair doesn't take the training? When that should be the person that's keeping the minutes of the meeting, I would assume.
So
And-
forever here, we always required all committee members to take the Open Meetings Act training. I don't remember what the domino effect was, but I think maybe it was the mayor that requested the item on that agenda to discuss, and there was an open discussion on whether or not to continue to require it because the law doesn't require advisory committee members to take it. And this council, as a body, decided that they were not going to make it a requirement for all committee
Right.
members, but for as long as I have been here, we have required it from every committee member. We used to hold it in here with popcorn and play it on the screen for committee members a couple of times a year.
I got you. Yeah, okay. Yes, Councilor Hefner.
Points well taken, Mr. Stevens. I think when we discussed this, and it's been a couple of months.
Been a couple of months.
But when we discussed this, the idea was we have a difficulty getting committee members, right? So do we have too many committees? We've kind of seen that play out in a number of other items that we've considered. Also, is the bar, where's the bar for advisory committee members and what is the legal requirement? And so trying to strike that balance of, and I hope no one takes offense to this. This is just kind of my easy way of putting it into something that my animal brain makes sense on. But I think of committees kind of like JV, like Mr. Martinez and I came up through economic development. We learned about city government through those bodies, right? So do you require the same workouts of the JV squad as you do the varsity squad? Probably not. But let's ease them in. Let's kind of get them available. Let's make it a recommendation. But not necessarily a requirement for a body that, according to law, we don't necessarily have to. But also get them into the muscle memory of taking minutes, posting agendas, being transparent, that kind of thing. So I think this was a compromise of trying to find the balance of those two goals.
And then you're really only looking at 3 committees.
Yeah.
That this is impacting your rest of your committees or Board of Adjustments and Zoning Commission, but so this would be Park Commission, this would be the Economic Development Advisory Committee, your Earthwise Living Committee. Those are your only remaining committees that this ordinance would really apply to. CPAC.
Okay.
Citizens Police
And
Advisory.
CPAC, exactly. Okay, so thank you for the discussion, and we'll move that to the consent agenda without objection at the next meeting. All right, agenda item number 8, citizens to be heard. We still have some citizens here. Any comments, questions, compliments? Oh.
Compliments. That's right.
Certainly, we've gotten compliments. Okay, so none. And we'll move to agenda number 9, which is request from the members of the council to add a future agenda item. And I believe, Mr. Orozco, you have that request.
Thank you, Mary. Just an update on the sign ordinance. As you can tell, I've been pulling my hair out this for a long, long time. And I want to thank Dr. Cardenas for helping me out and having to bother her. And she was showing me stuff in the computer and printed things out for me. And I was still and Councilor Bradshaw agreed to help. And I never got my notes back from Brandon when the sign ordinance was with the planning and zoning, and that's fine. One of the things that Dr. Cardella strongly suggested that we include Ms. Moretz in this discussion. So we finally talked to Ms. Moretz about this, and she says, there's no way that you're going to be doing it by yourself or you or Councilor Bradshaw are going to be able to do this. She goes, well, I've been working on this for decades. Sometimes it just gets done, and sometimes it doesn't get done. And she says, my strong recommendations, and I'll give them copies of what things that I have, both Councilor Bradshaw and Ms. Moretz. She says, look, she says, the Economic and Community Development Advisory Board needs some assignments, and this would be perfect for them to take this on. You cannot do it yourself because I strongly recommend that you have some business owners in for the advice to give you on certain things that they and how they conduct their business and what kind of signs they need and what would help them. I'd like to give an opportunity for Councilor Bradshaw to look at the papers that I gave him, and for Ms. Moretz. And she's going to be getting back with me on this. And she says it's not going to happen unless you include the business community in this committee. And right now, since the Economic and Community Development Committee may not be having as many subjects to work on or responsibilities, this would be perfect because it not only, the sign ordinance only takes care of economic and the community. So I'd like to just give you an update on that. I'm going to wait for Councilor Bradshaw and Ms. Moretz to give me feedback, and I'll address this and with further recommendations.
Okay, as a future agenda item.
Yes, ma'am, but I just wanted to give you an update on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, anyone else? Okay, that's all right. So if there's no objection, we will move to adjourn at 9:04 on Tuesday, April the 4th. Y'all have a wonderful holiday this weekend. Thank you. Good evening.
I'm going to wait for two of y'all to add it back on the agenda. I'm not touching it.
Which one?
Banya.
Oh, Banya's thing. Well, if you look at her notes, she gave us, she projected from the spend, she projected she's going to continue this money for the next year. Like if you add it up. I'm like, what?
So I need two of y'all to add it back on for reconsideration or
You always have such festive hair.
That's not true.
You do that yourself?
I do. I'm dyeing it again tomorrow. Basically the same color. I just, after I bleach it, it washes out weird, and so then I have to wash it for 2 weeks, and then I have to just retouch it, because it washes out really faster than it washes out the rest.
Yeah, I like the purple.
Kathy, are you right?
Good, how are you?
All right. Fair to probably cloudy.
How what?
Fair to probably cloudy and
That's what the weather was like today.
yes, yes. Well, apparently
It's supposed to like
alert.
storm for the next 3 days.
Storms are coming in and stuff.
Here? Or where?
Here.
Storm?
Yeah. Didn't you get the email from CPS?
Probably.
Can I have a ride home?
Yeah?
what? You're going to let her get in your car? You're not supposed to take rides with strangers?
We're not
He's
strangers.
not a stranger. He drove my friend to my house. He's been in my house.
And then your house.